Hey Casper, hey Casper, hey Casper. How you doing? How you doing? Making some coffee. Well, actually decaf coffee with guarana. How are you doing? How you doing? We're getting nice and caffeinated. Still work out a lot? Well, I've had to recover because I don't want to injure myself. I overdid it a little bit. Doing a 20% body weight ruck on a manual incline for a whole hour last Friday. Not this last Friday, but the Friday before, the previous Friday. I have been like struggling, but it's okay. You know, we're gonna get back into a more sustainable routine, and I will, you know, be able to get back into it. But until then, I've been just playing some chess, and I started playing old school RuneScape. Seems to be a little bit popular again. Again, like it was ever popular. No, it's like the most popular MMO. I think it's the real MMO that like really, like, it must still be popular for a reason, right? Like, at its core, I think it has like the most solid like foundation apparently. So, I mean, it's not, you know, EverQuest kind of lost in popularity, but EverQuest had like the best like PvE experience. And then WoW had like, you know, amazing PvP. RuneScape seems to have something going on that makes it still popular. Just came from the home gym. Nice. Yeah, I'm just trying to stave off the depression. Extra caffeine will help, 'cause especially like, hey, like, you know, I'm not like a super crazy gamer, okay? So like, nobody's here for like my ultimate top tier gameplay, okay? Arm work, you want to do full body workout when possible. I'm not trying to bulk or anything, so I'm just doing like basic like body workouts, like no extremely extra weight. I'm not doing like I'm not trying to get hypertrophy, so I don't want to bulk up, you know. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but like, hey, like I don't want to have like the super buff look. I want to have more of a like balanced, like lean look. Do I ever train arms? I just do basic like resistance band training, like Pilates bar, and I need to start doing pull-ups. I have a pull-up station with a dip station, because I'm not really working like my shoulders and upper body as much, and it is like an imbalance, and it's like I think there's like I got like shoulder and back muscle problems, and so I need to like really like focus on the pulling. I have a lean look, yeah. I mean, my arms are kind of they got this issue, like I got the issue like on the back where there's just a little bit of extra like thickness in the back, and I want to like lean that in. Obviously there's only a certain point, like, you know, I'd have to like get rid of a rib or something, but you know, like it's not really, I think there's a lot I can do just with like, you know, targeting, you know, with workouts. Yeah, like I got I got nice and strong, but it's just like I kind of want to like I need to do like I just need to do more pull-ups to like focus on the pulling. It's just harder to set up because it's like I can't do it at home. I don't have the kind of house that can just put up one of those like really quick doorway pull-up bars. I had to get an actual like fold up, like really heavy like metal pull up and dip station. It fits in my car, but like it's just it's really hard. Like I have to set it up. I would have to set it up every time. I don't want to leave it outside. It would get ruined, or somebody might even steal it, but most likely it would just get ruined. And I think just like the biggest thing is like I think I just need to add pull-ups into my workout, because like, you know, I I have like a push-up station. Like doing push-ups is good enough for like, you know, the chest, and like doing resistance band, I'll do bicep. I'll do like the full with the Pilates bar with the resistance bands. I think that's good enough. I'm not trying to do like crazy hypertrophy, so it's like I think just getting like, you know, basic resistance, mostly using body weight exercises to keep myself like, you know, looking like nice and lean, and also feeling good and being strong enough to hold up my body. I've been doing a lot of squats, so I do body squats. It's hard to do in my room. It's hard to do stuff in my room because with my chair here, like if I just like, even like this, it's like this gets in the way, and there's like, I can never really like yeah, and I'm pretty happy with the way I look, but there's always like little micro adjustments you can make, right? Like, I want to get eventually fork over the $3,000 to get the Eve bra system. This is not really about like, well, I guess it is about fat tissue, but like, I could go up a cup size on my breasts. Like, it would take 6 months though. It's basically like a bra that's like powered by batteries that like, I don't want to get too graphic, but like it has like these little suction cups, and you wear it for 12 hours a day for 6 months. You can wear it in your sleep. Oh, you said arms. Sorry, I have selective reading. See, there's like all these subconscious things that like, even if somebody doesn't say something, like I'm thinking about these things, right? So that's important to notice. Like you literally said arms. And like, I'm thinking about breasts. I don't want to get breast surgery. I already got facial surgery and bottom surgery. You know, I'm good with the like, you know, the only issue I have with my body now is kind of just like my like shoulders, like chest, like kind of like feels a little bit too like masculine. There's nothing I can really do about that. I can do some workouts, but I think other than that, the biggest thing that I can actually change without surgery is like getting the Eve bra system. That'll take like 6 months of like just 12 hours a day, like wear it in the evening, sleep, and then wear it for some of the morning, and then just I'd be able to go about my day. And over the course of 6 months, it increases your breast by a whole cup size. Because I mean, like, hormone replacement therapy only gets you to a certain point, and like, I think I need a little bit of a boost, but it's $3,000. I can't afford it. But I will be able to. And it's not the end of the world. You know, I'm pretty happy with the way I look. It's just one of those things where you're like, you know, it could be better, right? Like, I want to get my eyes fixed. I want to get like laser. I don't like wearing glasses. It's not even just about appearance, because I look kind of hot with glasses, to be honest. It's not about whether you look hot or not. It's like, I want to be happy with myself, right? But I feel better if I didn't have to wear glasses, because it's like, it's an extra piece of equipment you have to carry around, right? I don't like that. I like being compact. Also, like, I have to wear it on my face, like, which means extra bacteria, but also, like, you have to constantly be fidgeting with it, and it's like, and contacts sounds like a nightmare too. I would rather just get like some kind of like one and done like laser treatment on my eyes. I had a friend who did it. You just do like one treatment. You know, it's just costs a bit of money, but like, you know, like then it's done, right? And that's pretty much where I am right now. Like I'm not, the good thing is that all the stuff that I'm working on right now about my appearance are just like really small things. Like yeah, breast size is a little bit more of a bigger one. That's like a little bit harder to do, especially without, you know, I don't want to get breast augmentation. I don't want fake tits. I don't want big giant tits. That's not why I want larger tits. I want larger tits because the ones I have are, even though I like them, they're a little bit too small, and it makes me feel a little bit like a little bit too masculine. A little bit. It's not like the same way, like, you know, my face and my genitals used to make me feel, but I changed those two things. Those are the big giant bullet points. Everything else is kind of just like over time, like, you know, like worst case scenario, if I spend the rest of my life with the body I have now, it wouldn't be the end of the world. And that's why I got those other surgeries, because the answer was different for those. The answer was like, if I never was able to get those, would I ever be okay? And the answer was no. And for, you know, for like breast size and for like, you know, like maybe like shoulders and back stuff, I'm like, you know what? Like, it's not perfect, but it's not like the end of the world, right? And that's basically how like things go. And you know, I'm happy with where things are, even though like things could be like a little bit better. Let me make my coffee and I will be back. Well, it's coffee. It's actually not coffee. It's decaf coffee with guarana to have some extra caffeine, so we can really just, you know, have some fun and like play the game and just chill. And I really miss streaming like on a regular basis. I've been really inconsistent lately. Not that I have like a huge incentive to stream, not like I have like a whole bunch of like, you know, income from streaming, so at least I don't have that kind of pressure. But honestly, that, I mean, that would be nice, but that's like really unrealistic. I think the biggest thing is that I just really enjoy streaming. I really enjoy being able to like kind of catch up with myself and talk about stuff and like kind of have a space that like, hey, sometimes people come into the chat and they talk about stuff. Like, and it kind of, it keeps my brain a little bit active, but my brain has not really been too like functional lately. Like, I don't know, I'm going through something really weird, and yeah, it's because I had that big surgery like 15 months ago. Maybe I'm underestimating the psychological change that triggered. It's significant if I really think about it. Like, I did it's like, imagine if you were 500 pounds and then overnight you became 150 pounds like me. Like, imagine if you were like 500 pounds and overnight you looked like me. Like, that's a big, profound psychological transformation. Obviously, you know, most people don't get that overnight thing. You know, but there's like a, you know, there's a you know, if people get those extreme, like, you know, surgeries to remove fat, but still, it's not like overnight. I mean, just like my surgery, it took like, you know, it's still like in the end phase of like recovery. Like, it takes like 19 months total, really. I'm way past the, like, you know, the major part of the recovery. It's just we're getting into the, like, you know, end stage of like transitioning into like long-term life. And, you know, like, things are really weird internally. I have to be real. Like, it's not a bad thing, but it's a little weird. It's almost, if I want to like make a less profound comparison, but still kind of like indicates, like, I think, like, exactly like what this feels like. It's like when I got all my 4 wisdom teeth removed. You get all 4 of your wisdom teeth removed, suddenly I'm not in constant pain anymore. Suddenly I can chew things properly. You know, not suddenly, because it, like, you know, took some time, but like, it's a psychological change. Like, I could chew things properly, I can floss properly now without having to like worry about the floss breaking off because of all the jagged parts of it, because I had fucked up wisdom teeth. I mean, I generally have fucked up teeth to begin with. Oh, ew, that's gross. Yeah, I'm getting a cleaning on Friday, so you know, and I've been flossing the best I can just to get into a habit of it. Oral hygiene's really hard for me. Okay, like, I think, like, it's like that though. Like, even though it's something that really needed to happen, there is still a psychological adjustment that has to happen. And the thing I went through is a fundamental identity shift. Most people never change their genitals from birth. The vast majority of people never experience what I went through. And, you know, obviously, you know, it's good that it aligned with my gender identity, but, like, you know, there are probably people who have to go through some kind of genital change. You know, like, I'm sure there's people who are like, you know, it's a traumatizing, terrible thing, like they lose their genitals for some reason. This isn't what happened. It was a transformation. It was very deliberate. It was wanted. But it's a fundamental identity shift. Like, there is a part of my body that is fundamentally changed forever. And you wake up in the morning and it's reality. And, like, you know, it's never changing back, which is a good thing. But at the same time, it's like, that is a fundamental psychological change that happens inside your mind. Your body has to, like, your mind is like, I ran for like 36 years of my life with a fundamentally different experience, and I changed it overnight with, like, you know, a year of like recovery. But at the same time, it's like, that is profound. And I think I need to stop underplaying it, or downplaying it, underscoring, underplaying, I think I need to start downplaying it. It's profound. And it's not gonna be easy to, like, adjust. I mean, I think I've adjusted pretty well, but, like, I am going through a grief process. Oh, another thing is, you know, that's nowhere near developing is, like, my hands. You know, like, but there's no treatment for that at this time, and there probably won't be for probably. I'm pretty sure we're gonna figure out how to reverse aging before we figure out how to feminize hands properly. It's too dangerous to do anything with your because it's like fundamental, like bone structure. Just the same with, like, my chest and shoulders. I don't know, maybe I'm, like, kind of like, you know, these are first world problems. I'm lucky enough to have gone through the surgeries I went through at all. in a different time period, in a different country, in a even in a different state in this country, I probably would not have been able to go through what I went through. I would have had to suffer for my entire life. And, you know, obviously it doesn't like get rid of all suffering, but it gets rid of a lot of it. And now I can have the regular suffering that everybody else has. But there is a grieving process. Not just like grieving what I once had, but like grieving like a lot of stuff. Like grieving the fact that my identity was rooted in getting ready for surgeries. And now those are no longer a part of my identity. And I don't know, this thing about my arms, it's like it kind of triggered this whole conversation about self-body image, and that's kind of how things go sometimes. That's why I like streaming, is because it's like sometimes people will say things and it kind of gets the ball rolling on things. I really like streaming. Let's get into some RuneScape. Okay, it's coffee time. Welcome to Gilnor. I think it's really important to like not fixate on that topic. I talk about it. I'm obviously really happy to talk about stuff like this. But I want to kind of like talk about something that I don't think many people might realize unless they've been here before and have heard me talk about this. But oh, I don't have the equipment I had from the tutorial. Do I have to like do some quests? I don't know if many people realize this about me, but I would actually prefer not to talk about stuff like that. I know it might sound like weird because I talk about it all the time, but most people are not going to relate to it. I'm just gonna be blunt. Like, most people are never going to go through what I went through. The vast majority of people on this earth. And so it's like, I'm a content creator. I'm trying to like appeal to not just like myself, you know. I want to be able to be a part of the world outside of my medical history, you know, like okay, we're gonna character, let's show paths. Yeah, let's do it. Combat. But what am I gonna do? Do you have the Adventure Pass starter kits? Oh nice, got combat starter kits. Yeah. We're setting this as a focus. For now. What are the other options? Okay, cool. Now I got my starter kit. Let's use it. Cool, I got my all this armor and stuff. We don't need wizard hat. Yeah, now we're all geared up. And I got those thick skin. And I want to. We need to bury those bones as we go. Oh, I do have a shield, and I did have bronze dagger and stuff. I got better stuff. I got a better sword. I got an iron longsword. Oh, I don't have a follower. Items that are kept. Go to my gravestone. I'm not doing... I probably want to save these for... if I want to level up magic. I'm guessing. Okay. Let's go level up some stuff. Fight some monsters. Attack the goblin. Yeah, I guess we stick with stock chop because it's accurate. Guy's got a chef hat. Oh, I got a chef's hat. I can sell that. Let's bury the bones. This increases my defense. Yeah, I think it's just hard to associate with different parts of myself lately. Like, I think because, like, that, I think that's, like, the biggest issue right now. And it's normal. Like, these are normal, normal considering what I went through, right? Like, considering the profound change in my body and in my identity I went through. Regardless of how much I needed it, it's like a significant adjustment. And it's like I'm kind of having a little bit of overwhelm, and I think recognizing it is really important, and I don't really feel like I am under any obligation to put on a mask for anybody else. I know I'm streaming, but like this is my stream. I don't need to put on a mask for anyone else. And if people need me to put on a mask for me to be accepted, then that's not really sustainable anyway. I need to find something in my life that is sustainable, and it's really hard. And you know, at the very least, no matter what else is going on in my life, I can always start up my computer and talk to my camera. Okay, like that is something. How do I rest? Do I have to do? How do I recover health? First of all, how do I see my health? Do I have to start attacking to see my health? Is it an interface? In the top mini-map? Oh, I see. It's over here. Wait, no. Oh, there it is. I see. Right over here, this little heart. That's my health. And what's 7? Is that level 7? Level 11 health. Level 2 attack. Level 1 strength. Level 1 defense. And level 1 prayer. How do I heal faster? Oh, do I have to eat food? Is that the only way? Is there no like slash rest or slash heal? Oh, I have 7 HP. Okay, I see. Check your levels, click on the graph. Yeah, that's a quick level check. But like, is the only way to heal is by using food? Okay. Food only. I mean, it's fast enough. We're low enough level that it's like I don't have to waste my food until it gets earlier. I can just keep farming. I got a chef's hat. I should probably go clear my inventory. Is there like a... and I have like my wizard stuff for when I want to train magic, but I don't really want to work on magic just yet. Alright, the advanced attack level. I need to clear my inventory somehow. And I gotta sell that chef's hat. That's like 400 GP. 406. So maybe I can check over here. Let's see, maybe over here? It's Adventurer John. John. Seems to be a vendor. Ah! No, I can't sell anything here. These are about clues. I'm getting such a adventure clue. I'm getting a really good adventure clue right now. Looking for a quest. Oh, well, now that you mention it, I could do with some help. The name's Veos. I'm a treasure hunter from the wondrous kingdom of Great Current. Great Current? Where's that? Across the sea to the far west. It is truly a magnificent place. Interesting. So what brings you to Cumbridge? Lumbridge. Not Cumbridge. I'm here for a bit of a hunt. The hunt for treasure. Back in my home of Great Current, I came across a scroll. I believe it will lead me to something of great value. Yeah, Cumbridge. Yeah, you know, it's Lumbridge, not Cumbridge. That one doesn't hold up too well. It's a little bit sticky. Alas, I've been a bit of a blocker. The scroll has led me here, but as I don't really know the area, I'm not sure what to do next. Maybe you could help with this. Sounds good. What should I do? Take this scroll. It should lead you to the treasure I seek. Once you've found it, meet me at my ship. It's docked at the northernmost pier in Post Sarim. What world am I in? A world of my own. I don't know. How do I see which world I'm in? You'll probably want a spade. I find they're pretty much always needed when it comes to hunting treasure. Check the general store if you don't have one. I'll be sticking around here a little longer before heading back to my ship. If you need extra guidance with anything, just let me know and I'll see what I can do. Okay, thanks, Veos. Good luck! Friends tab? And that's, what button exactly? Friends list. It's the smiley face. That's F8 for fate. Fate has brought us together, Honeypot Slayer. World 434. How do I sell my wares? I need to go find a shop to sell my wares. Whoa, look at all those drops. Those cowhide. Those aren't mine though. Those are someone else's. Ah, there's a A chicken? What is this, Zelda? Yeah, my inventory's full. I need to go find somewhere to sell my wares. Where's an NPC to sell stuff? Oh. Open the gate! Oh, there is a... Fred the farmer? Are you gonna buy my stuff? You're after a quest, you say? Actually, I could do with a bit of help. My sheep are getting mighty woolly. I'd be much obliged if you could shear them, and while you're at it, spin the wool for me too. Yes, that's it. Bring me 20 balls of wool, and I'm sure I could sort out some sort of payment. Of course, there's the small matter of the thing. What do you mean, the thing? Well now, no one has ever seen the thing. That's why we call it the thing, 'cause we don't know what it is. Some say it's a black-hearted shapeshifter, hungering for the souls of hard-working, decent folk like me. Others say it's just a sheep. Well, I don't have all day to stand around and gossip. Are you going to shear my sheep or what? Okay, let's do it, buddy. Yes, okay, I can do that. Good. Now one more thing. Do you actually know how to shear a sheep? No, I don't know how actually. Well, first things first, you need a pair of shears. I've got some you can see. Thanks, but I can't carry them right now. Oh, fuck. I need to empty my inventory. Ah! There's like bats. That guy had bats. Where is somewhere I can sell my stuff? I want to hawk my shit. I got all these inventories. I need to sell them. Is there a vendor? I need to find the vendor. Find Bender. Shop assistant. Shopkeeper. Let's go. Okay, so how do I sell stuff? Can I sell that? Okay, sell bronze dagger. Sell bronze sword. Sell chef's hat. Is there a place to like store items? Like a treasure chest? Like a bank or something? Because... what's the hammer for? Let's just sell it. Oh, I guess I have to keep that. I need to wear them. Use those. Value pot? Don't sell my things? Well, what do I do with my items then? Within the town of Lumbridge lives a man named Bob. He walks out of his door and takes 1 step east, 7 steps north, 5 steps west, and 1 step south. Once he arrives, he digs a hole and buries his treasure. Oh, I need a shovel for that one. Okay, I need to wear that brass necklace. I wasn't wearing it. Buy back your items? But my inventory was full. Oh, I need the spade. For that quest. There's a bank? Nice. Well, did I even really need the items I sold, though? Newcomer map. Security book? I'm probably gonna need a chisel. I don't know. Basically threw away those items. I mean, it's not the end of the world, right? The chef's hat. What do I need the chef's hat for? It's sold. I can farm another one if I need it. This security book. Newcomer map. Oh my goodness. This is kind of worthless though, since there's like a big map here. It's like... Hey, what's up, Macrude? 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 Hi, Macrude. Finding someone who's new to the game? Yeah, I think I've been here before, but like we may as well have started over. Last time I played, I think I had gotten to the auction house. And that's as far as I went. I think I need to like level up some stuff. Level 3 attack. Somebody's like perma-farming these cattle. Moo. Follow your character to the bank. Wait, who are you? How do I see people's names? It doesn't show people's names over their heads like in World of Warcraft. Grand Exchange by Auction House? Yeah, I mean, Auction House, same thing, right? I mean, this is basically World of Warcraft, right? $222 GP for the cowhide. I don't have enough inventory space. Add him as a friend. What's your name, Honeypot? What's your name, Honeypot? Left alt. Common dropped items name and text. It's not doing anything. Enter name of friend to add to list. Honeypot, where are you? I am so confused. It's okay, we'll get there. I'm not on RuneLight. Yeah, I'm on the official. Also, I think there's probably a better spot for my webcam. I don't want to like hide anything. I have nothing to hide. How about over here, I guess? Over here? Or over here? But I just hide the chat. He's at the castle? How do I show people's names over their character? Am I just too much of a World of Warcraft player to understand what's going on? Like, I'm just like, how come I can't see the map with tab? Or M, or whatever. How come I can't... Why can't I tab through enemies? Do I just follow the road? Alright, let's look, where are we going? We need to look at the fork in the road. Read the signpost. Ah! Okay, let's not run away from the signpost. Let's read it. Okay, to the west is the Champions Guild and Varrock Southgate. To the north is Sheep. To the east, mine. You need Runelight to show names? Well, God damn it. All settings. Interface. I don't want promotional messages. Yeah, let's do combat levels to that. Okay, I don't want the store button. Wiki entity lookup. That's important. Activity advisor. We can do storyline quest sorting. Right-click anyone you suspect Honeypot could be. Are we playing hide and seek? I should probably limit to 60 FPS. I am so confused. Here, let's just chop down this tree, I guess. I can't. I need a woodcutting level of 15? Is it this way? I'm so confused. Ah! Do I probably want to fight these dudes? Get out of my face! Okay, good. Ran away. There's some pot over there if you want to get high. If you're trying to get to Lumbridge Castle, you need to use a home teleport. Lumbridge home teleport. Okay, I see. Now we're in Lumbridge. Now where is the bank? Oh, there's some runes. Let's try to find the bank. Top floor. Bank is upstairs. Oh, up over here, right? Inside the castle. I probably want to disable the roofs, right? Ignore Mac. Yeah, Brinjarg. In order to not get frustrated, I should probably disable the roofs. How do I do that? Or that is display? Wait, can we do increased view distance? Oh, there's a search. Hide roofs. There we go. Typical response from a noob. Well, your first mistake was entering the arena. Alright, we're already at the bank. Okay. And how do we cap out agility? Do you think I should do that? I'd like to access my bank account, please. Bank is used to store your items. Deposit all. Banknotes are useful when you need to transfer a large amount of goods around the game. I need to be able to farm for the free membership, so I don't have to pay $14 a month. Well, I should level up agility at least a little bit. I don't think I can cap it out. Knocking out quests. Well, I'm not trying to advance fast. I'm just trying to go at my own pace and have some fun. And be a part of the community, because I'm so lonely. See, you guys are here in my chat. Now I have friends. Now I have friends. Cannot play this game. You cannot play this game like that. You can pay for membership. No, you can buy on the auction house. You can buy memberships for GP. Members only? Yeah, I'm a member now. I'm not, but I don't want to, I would like to not have to pay $14 a month. Okay, I should withdraw all my coins. Here. Or let's just deposit all. Deposit inventory. There we go. And I probably want to keep these runes. For spells. Well, I'm not even working on... I mean, I should probably wear the wizard stuff for spells, right? So I want to kind of like... equip those on the fly if I want to cast spells. In the end game, when you have played for years, you can stay in membership without paying. I mean, what if people from Twitch chat just give me GP? That's what happened last time I played. Yeah, I'm playing a normal account. This isn't like hardcore or Iron Man. $150 million. Last time I played, I was able to buy like 8 of them. Are we talking about hoflation here? She did not just say hoflation. Some losers. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, is I'm gonna find some fans, not losers, who are just gonna give me membership. And I don't have to pay $14 a month. Well, don't call people losers. Come on. I'm a loser. Okay, how about we go... Find something to farm. I'm just... Attack the goblins. I'm gonna bury bones. I need to bury lots of bones so that we can level up our prayer. Not even simpiest. I'm pretty sure every single player in OSRS wants people to play the game. And so every single player in the game is gonna be giving me GP. They're like, please don't leave. Please, we need new players. Please don't leave us. Or is it just because I'm female? I mean, if it gives me free stuff, I mean, I'm okay. I mean... I got no shame. Got no ego. Definitely gender affirming. I mean, hey, people say you'll never be a real woman. Then why am I getting free shit in OSRS? Explain that. Yeah, you can get like that much GP in an hour. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I'm not like begging for free shit. Ooh, I got some goblin mail. 557 GP. Let's go. Can I wear it? Oh, it's too small for a human. So I can sell it. You're talking to Restream bot. It's kind of a frustrating dynamic. Unfortunately, you can't at people who are talking on YouTube. You have to talk to the bot. Oops, I don't want to examine the bones. I want to take them. And I need to bury all these bones. Wait, is that you? I can't click on this. Halatorian? You thought it was someone advertising their channel the whole time? No, it's a Restream bot so that we can talk between interfaces. Which is technically against TOS, but let's be real. I think the reason Twitch put that in there because of Kick. I think they only really care about Kick chat. I think they only really care about people's advertising. I think that's the only reason they added that to the TOS. I don't think it has anything to do with YouTube or anything. I think as far as multi-streaming goes, they only really care, and they don't even particularly care. I think they only really care if you're like really being like egregious. Like you're trying to get people to go from Twitch to Kick. Like, and even then, like we have like people like XQC and stuff, like literally like saying, hey guys, I'm gonna start my stream over on Kick. I think he's like, you know, he's being a good boy. Because I think he has a contract where he streams a minimum on Twitch, and then it's like normally he, but the thing is like, I mean, what are they gonna do with, like, you know, they don't want him to permanently leave Twitch, so I don't even know. This is none of my business. It's other people and like their contracts and their bullshit. I don't have any contracts except for like, you know, I'm a normal affiliate. Nice, we got tech level 5 and I completed a task. Do I have to talk to Adventure John or whatever? Let's bury the bones. You want to see me playing on RuneLight? Well, someone was saying that it's actually better if you play on the original one, so then you know, like wait until later to use RuneLight when I'm like more aware of the game and like know like how to, like, you know, because otherwise there's too many plugins and I'm not really aware enough of the game to like really like know what's going on. I'm not trying to speedrun. I'm just trying to enjoy the game and learn. It's just actually like kind of like just a chill activity to do on stream, that isn't too like thought, you know, it doesn't really take too much thought, because I'm really a just chatting streamer. You want me to use RuneLight? How about like that? How about I keep saying I'm gonna use RuneLight, and 3 years later I'm still using the official client just to like trigger people in chat? Because I know that people are gonna want me to switch to RuneLight. So if I just keep, it's a psychological trick as a streamer. You just get people to constantly try to get you to switch over, because then they're holding out hope that one day, if they bother me enough, I'm gonna switch to RuneLight. I probably will be triggering myself, but it's okay. I want to be triggered. I'm kind of a glutton for punishment. Storylines. Here, you want to switch to Runelight now? I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just attacking random stuff because, I mean, it's not like it's a waste of time. It's leveling up my attack. I'm not really in the mood for questing right now, so I'm just gonna do random bullshit. Like attack cows. Bub Joe. Yeah, I need to get used to the game. Someone was telling me this is the proper way to play. Is to just use the official launcher or the official client. People usually seem to leave behind all the stuff. So I can just take all this bullshit. I don't know why, this is fun. There's something about this, it's just like I'm just clicking on random shit. I have no goal in mind. I think this is like what gaming should be about, right? Like, why do I need to speed run? Why do I need to get to max endgame as soon as possible? I understand people have been playing for years, you know, they're kind of like, you know, they've already been through all the shit, but like there's something about just like, I'm just right-clicking on things and clicking, like it's just basically like I'm just wasting time, which I have nothing but time, so my time is worth wasting. In fact, I need to waste time. I keep trying to fill my time with stuff, and that's actually like really, it's making me sick. Like it's actually making me mentally ill. Nice, I leveled up prayer. I have like a whole bunch of like, I'm autistic, I have a developmental disorder, and I have like, I have a whole bunch of stuff going forward in my life right now. I'm gonna be getting housing apparently, and like, I'm working with like several different like coaches for like different life skills. I just talked to a relationship and sexuality coach, or sex education coach. I'm not really, like, as far as the sex part, I'm good, but like, the relationship part, not so much. I'm socially blind. I'm very socially awkward. I don't really know how to exist on this planet. I don't even know how to earn a living. I'm on SSI, but they paused it because I didn't answer the phone, and now they're taking forever just to get to basic, you know, get my income back, and I'm kind of scared right now. It's life-threatening. I mean, I haven't been able to, I'm 37 years old. I have never been able to earn a living. I have to take SSI for being permanently disabled. Mocha grind? Need them treads? The endgame stuff is this fun part? Well, see, here's the thing. It's only fun for you because you've already been there. I don't even understand how to move forward from the very beginning of the game. How am I supposed to, if I just jumped right into endgame, I'd be so overwhelmed. I could barely handle killing cows. Okay, like, this is like vegan level here. I can barely handle what I'm doing right now. How am I gonna handle endgame? You have to work your way up, right? And the same goes for, like, you know, it's almost like a metaphor. I mean, it's not, but like, it's almost like the same thing that's going on in my personal life. How am I supposed to handle employment if I can barely even handle day-to-day, like, tasks? Because I have no structure in my life. Luckily, I'm going to be getting some coaching. I'm going to have, like, an independent living services. They're basically going to help, and I'm like, I've been in a long-term situation where I have nothing but hopelessness. And I'm in a trailer that's like absolutely horrendous environment, and I've lost all sense of routine. I've lost all sense of normalcy. I have not been able to like clean the house. or do, like, I barely am able to do dishes or laundry. I have not been able to clean my room. I am completely hopeless, and everything feels completely hopeless, and I don't really know what to do. And so I'm waiting for these people at North Bay Regional Center, because they're supposed to help me live a more independent life because I have a permanent disability. I'm a client for life, but it's taking forever to get everything started. It's been like a year. Well, I'm very self-aware, but being aware doesn't fix the problem. Like, I'm so aware that it pisses me off and it stresses me out. So I actually need to do things like randomly click and not really care about what I'm doing and waste time. Because my tendency is to be so fixated on what I need to be doing to try to make some kind of progress when progress isn't possible. There's a bottleneck, right? You can only do so much at a time. And I've been trying to find a way to earn a living in this world, but for some reason I can't make anything happen. And I don't really know what to do anymore. And so I need advocacy. And that's what these people are doing, but it's just taking forever. Yeah, and I guess there's not a whole bunch of self-aware people on a platform like Twitch. I'm kind of rare. But I'm not, well, oh, thanks for the follow, by the way. I'm not put together well enough to be able to handle the regular world, to be a normie, and I'm not degenerate enough to be a part of the Twitch world. So where do I really fit in? I mean, that's where really everything is right now for me. I'm too normal to be a degenerate Twitch streamer, and I'm too weird to be a normal person. So like, I'm in this bullshit. Like, it's just actual bullshit. Like, what the hell am I supposed to do with my life? I'm on SSI, I have a permanent disability, but that's not enough to really go where I need to go in life. I'm stuck in the trailer park. And like, I don't have any friends, like really? Like, I don't have a personal life. Yeah, I mean, joining OSRS is a really big step to, you know, becoming a degenerate. I think I'm doing good. If I can, like, I need to level up my degeneracy. Otherwise, I'll never make it on Twitch. So I need to do something, it's just like beginner level degenerate. You know, it's like, I just need to get started. And you know, I'm well on my way. And you know, I can get, once things get to a minimum level, then I can pull out. And I can level up something else. Like you know, finishing my novel, or I mean, I don't know, depending on what happens with my career development, if I level up one thing, it's gonna level everything else up. So if I have more resources, you know, to start my modeling career, for example, you know, then I'll make a lot more money and I'll be able to, you know, do a lot more things. So maybe, you know, but I think for now I can level up my degen. I'll become grandmasters at degeneracy. I mean, I need to get to a point where I can kind of just put it on the back burner. Like, you know, I need to get it to a minimum level, so that I can actually start collecting, like, you know, passive XP. You know, I don't want to, the ideal would to not be continually grinding degenerate. That would be the ideal, but until then, I got to kind of jumpstart it. So how about we play 12 hours a day for the next 3 months? And then we'll never have to do it again. See, I'm like trying to like min-max my degeneracy. I'm perfect for this game. I know how, I know, she knows what's up. she knows how to do this. Degen of the decade. Well, and with that, we need another protein bar. We don't have enough Adderall for this. Stab him? I thought swords are slashing. I should just chop, chop, chop. Chop, chop, chop. Just poke a few eyes out. On guard. What am I doing with my life? What have I done already? What have I downloaded OSRS? What have I done? What have I done? This is worse than taking Datura. No, we don't joke about that stuff. No, 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 no. I want to look at it to its little beady eyes as I kill it. I have to know what I'm doing. Yeah, I don't know. In the end of the day, you know, what really is life? You know, it's basically the same as clicking. See, you could say that OSRS ruined your life. But honestly, it's just like, if you can't be okay with OSRS, how are you supposed to be okay with any other activity in life, right? If clicking on random shit and picking up items and leveling up skills and doing all sorts of stuff, if all of that is something that you know, you're not okay with, that you think that it's a waste of time, literally everything in life is equal. Leveling up at the wrong time by killing calves. Now we're level 7. It's an innocent game that turned kids to men and men to villains. No, it's just a game, bro. No, I'm immune to all negative effects. It's a buff of being female. It pretty much makes you immune to all the negative things that happen to men. So actually, like, things that would be negative for men are like kind of either a neutral or positive thing for me. So I can play OSRS. I'm free from the debilitating effects of it. How long am I gonna be farming cows? I don't even... Am I almost dead? I died from a cow. What the hell, dude? So, mortal, you have died, as all mortals do, as you have suffered the loss of some items on this occasion. I have brought you here to explain for you how that works. Let me explain. Across most of the land of Yelnor, when you die, some of the items you're carrying are dropped. A gravestone appears in the ground near where you died. You can go there and retrieve your items by clicking on it. Your gravestone would be marked with an arrow to help you spot it. A grave icon appears on the world map too, if your grave is a mapped area. The bonds that you were looking for was a blood contract to every child selling their souls to get their future to it. Well, maybe I'm the devil. That's my cow. I have 15 minutes to get back to my gravestone. Oh, you haven't finished talking to me, Rebecca Smash. Cash is always acceptable. Also, gravestone can take it directly from your bank in case you didn't have enough with you. Besides that, take a look at my coffer here. I thought he said coffee. You can bring your unwanted possessions and sacrifice them into my coffer. I'll count their value against any future gravestone fees you charged. Death's coffer won't accept items worth less than 10,000 coins per item. Death doesn't want cheap junk, but more valuable items can be sacrificed to pay down future reclamation fees. I tell him you will pay him, just let me take my stuff from him. How do I know what will happen to my items when I die? There is a menu to predict these things for you. Take a look at the ward items side panel. Items kept on death menu tells you roughly what your items will do when you next die, including estimating gravestone fees. I think I'm done. Once you pass through my portal, you'll have 15 minutes to reach your gravestone. Oh no! I don't have expensive enough items to do that. There's a chest here. Can I steal his shit? It wouldn't be a good idea to rummage through this. Yeah, he knows I'm a brokey. If I can find the cows again. Which way is it? Wait, am I all the way back here? Wait, where is here? I need to go to Lumbridge. Is this Lumbridge? Hey, welcome back, Game on Hardcore. Is this Lumbridge? Where's Lumbridge? That's where I was. Where's my gravestone? There it is. Okay, I need to go north. I died in the most evil of places by a cow. The cow annihilated me. I forgot to heal my health. Where's the door? God damn, I hate this game. She's one of us. She's one of us. I hate it just like everyone else. I had nothing to eat. Can I eat raw beef? No. It's okay. Next time I'll just wait for my health to recover. And now we're back at it, slapping the cows. I can eat coins? Nuh-uh. There's too much germs on them from all the handling. There's a little bit of a 64th note rest in that song. It's like there's a slight little teeny tiny 128th note rest there. I tried to learn it on recorder. It's a really hard song to play. I know people think that this song sounds easy to play. It's really deceptive. There's a slight 128th note delay. It's like I played it on recorder once. It tastes metallic? You'd think that, wouldn't you? I bet you would think that. But it tastes like tooth enamel. The secret to this game is that everything that's metal is actually made of tooth enamel. That's the only difference between this reality and the rest of reality. Is an OSRS. That's the reason why it's so uncanny. It's almost like real life, but the only difference is that metal has the same consistency as tooth enamel. And tooth enamel has the same consistency as metal. It's the only difference in the universe of RuneScape. And that's, now you know. Do with that knowledge what you will. But don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, level 9 attack level. Hamster dance song? That's not a hamster dance song. It's like the fishing song, or it's like the pirates song or whatever in this game. Hamster dance is like dee dee da dee do do dee da dee do dee 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 do dee do dee dee do. I'm almost dead again. I need to run away. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away. I need to make food or something. Oh, there's some shears. Nice, now I can shave the sheep. You met great people in this game? Well, my biggest problem is consistency. I have a really hard time maintaining things. It's a huge problem. It's why I'm considered disabled. Because I can do something really well for a short period of time, but if I don't have any real momentum or incentive to do something, if I don't have any like mentorship or guidance, if I don't have someone holding me accountable, I'm screwed. And right now, it's getting worse as time goes on, especially considering my situation feels so hopeless. I don't want to like complain or like make it sound like I'm like trying to like make people feel sorry for me or whatever. I'm just saying it how it is. My reality right now feels so hopeless. But I'm actually, ironically, in a better position now than I've ever been in any previous time in my life. But I feel like I'm the most, like, worst that I've ever been. It's a weird feeling. Alright, we're shearing... And also, I have a really hard time understanding, like, social... I don't really feel any emotional attachment to anything anymore. It feels like everything is a waste of time. It feels like nothing is gonna move forward in my life. It feels like there's no, like, rhyme or reason to anything that I do. It feels like meeting people is so temporary. It feels like... I took an acting class in the fall last year, and I was trying to, like, you know, make friends, and it's just like, it was so temporary. Like, I really tried too. And it's just like, I don't know how to exist. And it's really frustrating me. And then I don't even really feel any emotional connection to, like, the internet. I don't really have this thing where I don't really feel emotional attachment to internet communities, which is probably for the best. You know, I see the internet as like kind of like a just mechanical thing. It's just people existing, and we're kind of like, it's like being alone together. It's a very different situation than... I don't really fall into the whole community trap. I don't feel a strong sense of identity with like Reddit communities or anything like that. I have like a really strange connection with the internet. It's like I said, I'm not degenerate enough, but I'm too much of a degen to be normal. I don't know how to explain it. It's like I'm basically like too normal, but too weird. Even after finding a construction school, yeah, I mean, I just need like some structure and mentorship, which is apparently going to be starting soon. I'm gonna be starting to work with a life skill ILS coach who's going to help me with job training or job skills. But I need, you know, I don't know how to get a job. I don't know how to do that. In my whole life, I'm 37 years old. I have tried to be a normal person my whole life, and every time I asked for help, every single person in my life was like, oh, you're just not trying hard enough. And then when I finally got the autism diagnosis, it was almost like it's too late, because everyone in my life had already given up on me as far as that goes. And even after diagnosis, like even after diagnosis, it's like, well, now it's like, I think my family's broken. And this is why I've kind of like distanced myself from my family. like for the most part, because I'd never had any real support. I've never had any true, like, genuine mentorship in my entire life. You know, I wanted to be a chess player. I didn't have a chess coach or anybody who believed in me. And I think I started in like 4th grade when I was like 10 years old. I think I like was starting to get some kind of mentorship. I had a teacher who was pushing me too hard because I showed really good promise in chess as a kid. And he was like trying to train me like to be like a grandmaster or something like that. He was trying to train me with all these like advanced openings, and he was really pressuring me. I think he meant well, but I was just 10 years old. A lot of my teachers did that because I was so like, I was so good at like, I was always like really good at like academic stuff. And so it's like, I always showed like a lot of promise with things. And so unfortunately that made all my teachers and parents and like every adult in my life, because I had like really functioning like high level like language skills, even when I was like 6 or 7 years old. I think it started to really show by the time I was like 10 or 11. But even by the time I was like 8 years old, I showed like academic superiority to everyone else my age group. And the teachers held me up to such a higher standard. They treated me like an adult. And like, my parents just didn't really understand like how to actually like foster my abilities. They just punished me because the teachers were like, well, you know, you're misbehaved. We want you to correct your behavior. And because I wasn't like, I didn't quote unquote look autistic, I wasn't labeled as like a special needs kid. I was a special needs kid, but I needed different kinds of access care than like what most like people who are considered special needs need. I didn't need help. You know, I needed speech therapy from like 1st grade or onward, like for a bit. Like, and then once I started learning how to talk, you know, I should have been diagnosed as autistic like as early as then. I was tested with like intellectual like differences, and like they did the thing where they like did an assessment of me, like where they had me like look at the 2 different photographs. I think what happened is my mom didn't want to admit that there was something different about me. She had I don't want to talk shit about my mom too much, but like she had some serious problems, and like she did not want to be different, even though it made me different because I didn't have the kind of resources I needed. I don't want to go too much into that. It's all stuff that can't be changed. It's all in the past. And a lot of people are similar. A lot of people have similar issues. Childhood trauma is very real, and you have basically zero agency over it. Yeah, construction school. I need a little bit of a different kind of advocacy because I need access support. I basically need DEI. I know people like to complain about that, but like I'm highly skilled and highly disciplined, and the only thing that's holding me back is I don't know how to navigate the social part of the world. I don't know how to navigate social structures. Not in the way that people are okay with. People don't just give people stuff. You have to prove to them that you're worthy of their help. And I don't know how to do that. All I know how to do is basically just exist and just say, hey, like, just give me something to do. You know, that's why I got into video games as a kid. It was because video games, I didn't need permission to do something. I just had to turn on the video game. Well, I'm sorry to hear about your mom passing and that you only trust your sister. Yeah, I mean, when people set nothing but walls, why do they get surprised when you start getting backed into a corner? Nice, we're prayer level 3 now. I don't understand why people think that if they're harder on you, it's gonna make you stronger. If you beat someone in the skull with a hammer, it doesn't make them stronger. It just crushes their skull. Okay, like I don't want to get emotional here, but come the fuck on. Like, why did I not have the kind of people in my life until 37 years old, and now I have to rely on like non-profit, like government funded organization that has like a whole bunch of like, you know, my case manager has 80 clients. Yeah, I mean, you do something you like, which means doing something you understand the most, but like, I don't know how to monetize the things that I'm good at. And I've attempted to monetize various aspects of myself on the internet, and I'm just not popular enough. I'm not delusional. Yeah, I have to get some, I have to get some, I need to be able to, yeah, I have to make my own fire or go to a range. So I need, let me go farm some raw beef. And then we're gonna cook some raw beef. So that I can have food. Or I guess I can just go pick some up because I'm low health. Here, let me need to cross the bridge. Come on! Jeez. Fame gets you to keep your morals. Money takes you off course. Fame is better than money. Yeah, because with fame, at least you get opportunities. I don't really want money. I want a life worth living. I want opportunities. I want options. I want to try new things and like have a variety of experiences. That's what money pays for. Money just like, you know, has like, you know, obviously it's good to have money. You can't have opportunities without money. But like, I feel like if you have social currency, which I don't really have, like if I don't have any friends who really want me to succeed, or they don't know how to. I don't get invited along to do things. My friends, I think they consider me an embarrassment. And I'm not blaming them. I understand. I am very hard to be around. I really love my friends, but they do not invite me to do normal things around normal people. Even though it's like, hey, I've made a really huge effort to be a better person. And it's like once you lose trust with somebody, it's almost impossible to get it back, unfortunately. So I'm trying to take accountability here. Money would be nice if it was just in my bank account, and then I would have the freedom to go try to level up all the other things. Like meeting people, working with people. Like honestly, if I had unlimited money, I would still want to go find some kind of employment. Because it's not even about the money, it's about interacting with people. I want to interact with people. I don't want to just sit here in my castle. Like, yeah, I'm in a trailer. It's a really like low level castle, but if I just leveled it up, would it really be that different? If I was living in a mansion and I had no friends, I had nothing to do, I had no options except for just throwing money at things, would I really be I mean, I think I would be happier, but like, at least it would be, but the goal would be the same. Only one element would change, would be the money. And then I would still have to level up all the social parts of things. And I do technically have money, because I basically have unlimited money faucet. Yeah, social skills. I have an unlimited money faucet, which not a lot of people have. It's on pause right now, but they gave me like $3,700 luckily before they paused it, because they underestimate my annual earnings. So I am literally like, what I have in common with like famous, like successful Twitch streamers, if I want to be like a little bit parasocial for a second, the one thing I really have in common besides like the degenerate part and just like, you know, fluency, like I have social media fluency. I've been on social media for 25 years. It's a weird skill to have. But I have social media fluency. It's a real thing. But the one thing I actually do have in common that most people don't is I have an unlimited money faucet. It's just really small. Like $600 a month. Most people don't have that. And it's because I'm permanently disabled. But I would rather have a bigger money faucet. I'd rather have something that's like multiple things coming in. I have a whole bunch of things I've pursued on the internet. You know, I'm a model. You know, I want to be an actress. You know, I want to do like YouTube videos with people. Potentially even be on like a Netflix, you know, something. You know, like I don't know what my future can hold, but I'm tired of being on hold. And I've been wanting just to like move my life forward. I spent the past 6 years going through medical trauma, you know, getting like transgender surgeries. You know, I got my facial surgery, which I'm really thankful for, and then I got vaginoplasty, which I'm extremely thankful for. Looking back at my old videos, my old clips, I'm really glad I got facial surgery. Most people on the internet, except for a very subcategory of viewers, are ever going to know what my genitals look like anyway. So the genitals part was more for myself. And obviously, I mean, it does kind of help with stuff. Like I can wear a bikini a lot. Oh, I died again. I can wear a bikini a lot easier now. You know, without having to like worry about, you know, some kind of like flomper. Did she just say flomper? Without having to worry about any kind of bulge or anything like that. So like that's good. That is maybe a thing that's like noticeable from people who are not in a subcategory of viewer base. But for the most part, my facial surgery was really the one that like most people are going to notice. Your face is like a huge part of your identity. It was really causing me a lot of distress. And then once I got the surgery, and then things kind of, even right after the surgery when, on a inventory? Combining intelligence and feelings. Yeah, and interestingly enough, when I started, I mean, this is a very real thing. If you are male, women have a hard, and I know this firsthand because I started feeling different the more I was perceived as female. And when I say perceived as female, I'm just being realistic here. I don't want to be canceled, but I'm just going to be realistic. You're either perceived as male or female. And you might be perceived as more gender neutral, but like, I'm just gonna be real here. Like most people are gonna consider you to be either male or female. And people more often than not consider me female now. People more, in the past, people more often than not considered me male. And so I am perceived as female more often than male nowadays. And as time has gone on, as being perceived as female, and also like, it's a multifaceted thing. It's not just appearance. It's also like, if you express your gender and you tell people what pronouns you are, people even, you know, obviously extremely transphobic people are different, but like most women are going to treat you differently once you come out as trans, because then it's like there's more to being perceived than your appearance. because you can be perceived by like social expectations. And like, I think most women have more trust of most trans women, maybe not some, but like, you know, just like anybody else. I think most people, when they see a man, they are on guard. And there is a very real reason I don't really want to get into. I'm only just now at the tip of the iceberg of understanding that, because I was perceived as male most of my life. And so like, I didn't have the upbringing of being perceived as female, which is what a lot of women have. And so I'm only like kind of at the tip of the iceberg of it's like when I started transitioning and I started becoming like perceived as female more, it had this feeling of like finding out Santa Claus isn't real. Because I realized how terrifying it is to be female. And also that, you know, it's good because now I don't have to have like this huge, like, you know, hatred of myself inside. Dysphoria is really hard to describe to someone who doesn't experience it. It's extremely debilitating. You can cook burnt meat? I can cook burnt meat? I deliberately burned the nice cooked meat? Oh no, you can make burnt meat. Okay, I see. Yeah, and here's the thing is like, once I started being perceived as female more, I pretty much feel more comfortable talking to women now. And I've worked with a lot more women, and it raised my social awareness. It gave me a lot more empathy. Like, the more women you talk to, the more you understand women. And the more I've talked to a lot of men. And now I have a good understanding of men, but I also like, you know, that's like a different, it's like RuneScape. You gotta level different skills. So, did I burn all my meat? I was trying to make cooked meat so that I could have... Well, I guess I leveled up my skill at least. And now I need to go farm more raw beef. How you burn a full inventory? I think because I accidentally kept cooking it. Because it allows you to cook the cooked meat. How do you burn a full inventory of meat? About that. So it's like, you know, with any skill, that's what I've learned about myself, is that I am very disciplined and I never give up. The problem I have is that I periodically give up when I need to keep going. But eventually there's going to be a critical mass, because I always eventually get back. If I just kind of keep like a few different tasks that I hold on to, which is what I've been doing lately. But right now it's like, I don't know how my future is going to look until I've worked with these coaches, and I feel like I've gotten to like just diminishing returns on trying to make a living. And I feel so depressed that I can't even work from home anymore. I used to be able to, you know, I'm a cam girl, and I haven't really been able to do that lately. A lot of it is, you know, I've been recovering from surgery, so that was a thing. You know, it was directly related to it. There's like psychological like recovery as well, but more of so, it's just this environment I'm living in is so depressing. It's absolutely depressing. And more so than the actual like small living space, it's the hopelessness. It's that nothing I do will help me escape. That I have to rely on some other person to give me resources, and I've been trying to get housing support for the past like 10 years. But like these past, like whenever I started transitioning and when I got my autism diagnosis, that was in 2019. So like for the past 6 years, I've been trying to advocate for myself for the past 6 years, and I am only just now have a case manager for housing. Human has no limit to learning. Yeah, exactly. There is no upper limit. You might get diminished returns at some point, or you might get diminished perceived returns. I like that word, perceived. I'm probably going to say it a lot. Pick these up quick. Hope you get them. LOL. Good luck on your journey. I'm glad that you're able. I'm glad to talk about this stuff. Thanks for being here. I know it's like, you know, it might feel empty, but I really do appreciate having chatters here. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, 2019 was a tough year. I was in the mental hospital, and that was when I finally started. I reached an ultimatum. I was like, oh, the fire runes. $50K GP. Oh my god. I don't know how to pick shit up. Nice, I need to level up magic. So let's level up some magic. Oh, I don't have any of these. Here, let's... Oh, and I got swordfish. Is that a recipe? Oh no, that's just fish. Can I use it? Let's go take care of this. And well, thanks for the loot, Northern Vibes. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you're enjoying the stream as well. I am always here. I like talking a lot. I'm a yapaholic. I just don't always know if I'm particularly entertaining. I just feel really stressed. I feel like completely burnt out. Yeah, I need to put everything in the bank. Are you gonna guide me to the auction? Why am I trying to cross the water? I need to go here. Let's just... Yeah, I'm just like, this is the story of my life, okay? I don't know who I am anymore. I just feel like I'm just struggling. Yeah, let me get rid of this, like, cowhide and stuff. I'm just kind of scared. I don't feel like I have a future, and that's scary. Because I feel like I've hit a dead end. I feel like everything I've tried to do in this life is just failed. But there's no failure if you keep getting back up. So I'm gonna keep fighting. I need social opportunities, or I'm never gonna make it as a model or as an actress. I don't know how to make opportunities happen. I don't know how to navigate that world. But if I keep going back to school and meeting people and trying and failing and trying and failing, eventually I'm going to hit a point where I'm just skilled at things. I did a lot better last fall than I've ever done before, really. Especially considered I was in extreme isolation for a number of years, and I was going through like medical transitioning, living as female. Some people care more about me than family. I mean, that's true. I mean, my doctors care about me. My therapist really cares about me. My case managers care about me. Everybody that I've met these past 6 years while I was transitioning and going through like SSI and getting like all the resources I have now, all these people care more about me and what happens to me than my biological family. My biological family, you know, like they try, but they're just as broken as I am. And when you have broken people trying to help broken people, it's not a good thing. Yeah, I got a lot of GP. You know, like I said, you know, people are gonna give me stuff. This is the one benefit of being a streamer is people usually give you stuff. Well, now I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, and it's like, I think the best thing I did, and the rest of my family is kind of doing this on their own terms, separating myself from my family is what started making my life better. That's how I was able to start getting my surgeries. I was just tired of trying to convince people that I'm worth helping. Like, it's like nothing is ever good enough. Like, oh, you know, it's good that you're getting all this help, but you should be trying harder. You should get a job. And I'm like, how am I supposed to get a job, buddy? How am I supposed to get a job? They're like, I don't know, do what we did. Go figure it out. And I'm like, well, if you care about me that much, why haven't you given me any options? If you cared about me as much as you say, how come you haven't helped me and mentored me when I needed it? How come I'm on my own from people who claim that they want to help me? They're like, oh, but you have to work for it. I'm like, I am working for it. They say, no, you have to earn it. And it's like, well, I have earned it. What are you talking about? To them, earning something means you have to like start from scratch and you can't receive any outside help. But no, it takes a village. Nobody exists. There's no such thing as a self-made billionaire. Unless you somehow, like, you bought Bitcoin like a shit ton But even then, how did you get the money to even buy the Bitcoin? Like, unless you found some money on the side of the road, and even then you had some, like, you know, somebody else made you. You can't do everything on your own. But for some reason, historically, my family has equated success with doing everything on your own. And that if I ask for help, I don't deserve it. Which one's better? Clearly the black longsword. Yeah, and like some people, yeah, they sold Bitcoin and they have like, you know, millions of dollars or whatever. Okay, we got 2 weapon master. Reach level 20. Reach level 5 in the strength. Oh, I have to go to a member's world. So let's switch worlds. Filter, location. Okay. And then okay, if completed, getting started with attack. Okay, I get all these member rewards, member berries. I don't know. I would like to think that I'm worthy to exist on this planet. Like I matter, and that I could be, like, you know, useful. But nobody's giving me any options. I have asked for help for years. My whole entire life, I was like, how do I succeed? They're saying, oh, you're doing it wrong, but they're not giving me alternatives. And I'm like, okay, well then I'm just gonna go back on social media then, because that's the only place where I'm able to earn money. And then people say, oh, but you're not gonna earn a living doing that. I'm like, well, what other option do I have? Except for doing things that I have a really high skill at, that I really enjoy doing, and then being, like, you know, obviously, you know, it's really really competitive. And I also have to actually show up to do it, but it's harder and harder to show up now because I just feel more and more and more hopeless as time goes on. Okay, let's go back. I need to actually make some beef. Uh, I definitely need to train agility so I can run longer, right? Need an agility course. Where's the agility course? Yeah, no, what I'm saying is that, like, I got a lot of different things going for me outside of social media as well. Like, I could do anything. I can literally do anything. I am an intelligent human being. I'm studying physics. Like, you know, I'm going really slowly. I'm just, like, basically going through introductory chapters, just slowly going through, you know, definitions and writing notes and stuff. And I'm trained in math from, like, college level, you know, like, early on, like in 4th grade, I was already like in algebra and stuff like that. So it's like, I can do anything. I am extremely hyper intelligent. But they're saying, oh, but you know, you're too lazy. And it's like, no, it's not that I'm lazy, it's that I don't have resources. I don't have social connections. It's like people are like, oh, you know, it's great that you're intelligent, but that's not how you earn a living. You need to actually go get a job. And I'm like, okay, well, where's the job then? Why is there no mentorship? Why is there no, like, path forward? Why is there nobody opening doors for me? And they're like, oh, but you know, you have to earn that. I'm like, why? Why can't someone just believe in me? Why can't someone just give me some opportunities and, like, give me some bare minimum support of, like, hey, like, we have a job position that we think that you can do. Do you want to try it? We can provide you with, like, you know, the proper guidance. We can give you all the tools you need to succeed. We can provide a paycheck. Like, where is that? Why has that not happened in 37 years on this earth? You know, so 26 years as an adult, over 18. Why has nothing like that happened? Why does everybody want me to go, oh, you have to go hit the pavement, you have to go fill out applications and put on all these nice clothes and go to these job interviews where they're not going to hire you because you're too socially awkward, because you're autistic, and, like, you have to have 10 different college degrees and you have to have 15 years of experience for them to hire you. Why not just give me it? Why not just say, hey, we have something for you and we believe that you're worthy of it because you have shown time and time again that you are an exceptional human being. And we want you to succeed, and we're tired of seeing you suffer. We're tired of seeing you live in poverty, even though you're begging people for help. Every single person in my life in Sonoma County, except for, you know, my medical team that kind of has their hands tied because they can only rely on whatever government programs they have access to, which have insane wait lists. If people in my life truly wanted me to succeed, why are the doors not opening? And they're like, oh, but you're so entitled. And it's like, no, I'm not entitled. I'm just asking for some basic human decency. Where is my employment opportunity? Where is my guidance? Where's the path forward? People say, oh, you need to go make a living. You need to go. And I'm like, okay, but where are the options? You're not providing alternatives. If all you're doing is complaining about me and not providing any alternatives, that makes you an abuser, not a helper. And so I have nothing but abusers in my life outside of my medical team. And so then I started, you know, like, hey, like, I got over, like, some personal issues with, like, sexuality and stuff like that. I was afraid to be a cam girl. especially before my surgery. Like, and that's when I started. I finally like just ripped the band-aid off, and I'm like, you know what am I afraid of? I'm afraid of what people are going to think about me. People already have a low opinion of me. I already have like zero or negative social currency. I burned like every bridge I've had in my life, and it wasn't even my fault. It's because I'm autistic and I'm unable to like understand like every single thing, even though I try. I'm not trying to make excuses. It's just a reality. And it's like, when I started it, I earned like $150 my first weekend ever, with an average of like 50 viewers, which I heard is pretty above average. And even now, like I've been kind of inconsistent lately, and I did lose a big chunk of viewers after the surgery, because you know, like trans women are kind of fetishized, and so, but at the same time, even after surgery, I average about 50 viewers. At one point I had 600 viewers on my campsite. And like, my first weekend ever, I made $150. More than I had made in like, at that point, I think it was like 3 years on Twitch. I mean, I made some money on Twitch. Every now and then, like somebody like would donate like $500 or something. But like, that's not like sustainable. Like, looking back, I'm pretty damn successful. Like, I'm just gonna be real. Like, the fact I even made like several $100s on Twitch from like random donations. There was some stuff on, like, you know, through Discord connections I don't want to talk about because it's kind of private, but I don't want to dox this person, but somebody sent me like $500 at one point to support me. Just to kind of like, I think it's like people, it's not really about the money. Obviously money is really helpful, but like, I think it's more so that like, knowing that somebody believes in you enough to give you $500 is really like something. Like that, as somebody who is doing what I'm doing, trying to figure out how to build some kind of career at all. And I'm not glued to any particular trade. I don't have to just be a model. I'm not glued to that. I'm also not glued to just being a Twitch streamer. I'm not glued to any particular activity within those realms. Like, I mean, I want to be a porn star. I want to be real. It's not even about the money. I want to be a porn star. I'm like I have a sexual need to perform, and I think I could be really good at it. I have a natural talent, and I need to get some guidance, and I need mentorship, and I don't want to be in danger as well. That's why I need mentorship. I need guidance, and I don't have those kind of opportunities. I need help building my Instagram, because I don't have any photographers who are willing to work with me. I tried meeting with a photographer, but she's just so busy, and I don't have the kind of money to afford a photographer. I mean, I could, like, you know, when I get my SSI back on, my money faucet, I might be able to start, you know, reaching out to photographers and getting some shots done for Instagram. But in the end of the day, like, there's a lot of resources I don't have. And yeah, you know, like, I've had a viewer on my campsite who gave me a total of $1,000. So it's like, I know that I have a lot of potential. Like, it's not as, you know, I have proof of concept. But like, I don't know how to level it up. I don't know how to bring it to the next level. I don't have anybody helping me, and I'm really scared. A gigolo? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, you know, it's a little different if you're female. I just need a little bit of support. I hate to be, like, honest, but, like, it's different for a man than it is for women. It just is. And, like, that's just a reality. And that being said, you still need, it's not easy. I know a lot of people think that it's like free money. It's not. And you have to have like some kind of like advocacy of some sort. And I don't know, eventually I'll get there, and I'm not too worried. Because eventually things are gonna fall into place. I just don't know how to get them there. And I will eventually. But like, you know, I need to move out of this trailer park. And so I'm waiting for the North Bay Housing Coalition, because they're working on getting me an apartment. But I need my SSI to get back on, because I can't move out of here unless I have my SSI, or you know, unless I somehow magically start getting an income. Yeah, people don't like honest people. They want you to lie. They want you to pretend that you're someone else. I don't know what's going on with the world today. People like to just pretend that things that are normal are somehow things that to be ashamed of. Like, what? Like, excuse me? Like, dude, like, if you like something and you enjoy doing something, why should you be ashamed of it? I am not ashamed of my sexuality. I'm an extremely sexual person. And what, do they think that that being sexual equates to being like some kind of predator? Do they just like, do people just slippery slope that much? That they think that, oh, if you're sexual, that means that you're like automatically gonna, you know, you shouldn't be around children or whatever. It's like, well, I mean, I don't try to be around children anyway, but like at the same time, like, dude, like, I'm not gonna be inappropriate with children. Like, I don't understand why people just seem to have like this slippery slope mentality. They think that if you're sexual at all, that somehow that makes you a disgusting person. And I'm like, dude, fuck off. Like, you want me to hide who I am. You want me to be miserable with myself and with my body. You want me to shove down every single thing about who I am down just so I can appease some random person? Like, get the fuck out of here with that. Those kind of people, I gave up trying a long time ago, like in elementary school. Because there's people in elementary school that I kept trying to appease, and I just kept getting bullied. And eventually, I think probably around like sometime after high school, I stopped caring what people thought about me. I'm like, well, if somebody's gonna have some kind of like weird requirement of me to even just have basic respect, why do I care what that person thinks about me? But the problem is a lot of these people are in charge of your paycheck. And so what am I supposed to do? And so I guess I'm just kind of on my own. I guess I have to rely on social media. And eventually things are going to get a little bit better. Because eventually I'm going to have people who truly believe in me who are going to say, hey, like, We're gonna help you. Like, I can find work for you. It may not be a lot of money, it may be rough, but I'm gonna find work for you and I'm gonna help you succeed. As long as you don't have any unrealistic expectations and as long as you're willing to do the work. Like, as soon as that's who I'm looking for. I don't know if that person exists, but that's who I'm looking for. Is I'm looking for someone who is going to come help me. And I don't know how to find that person, but I eventually that's gonna happen. One way or the other. Especially if I keep pushing. If I keep like putting myself out there. You know, especially somebody who's more than willing to do sex work. That can really open up a lot of doors. It might close some doors, but those doors were closed to begin with. For many reasons. Because I'm autistic, because I'm trans, because I am on social media, not even about sex work. Like, some people, if they see that you're a Twitch streamer, they already have low respect for you. They think that you're a loser. They think that all you do is play video games. People have so many weird opinions about people. Yeah, I have to heal. Oh, you mean in the game? Yeah, I don't want to die again. Yeah, no, fuck healing in real life. No, it's like, it's a real problem. Trying to find people to give you the bare minimum in life? Why is that so hard? I am just asking for basic advocacy in life. Like some kind of path forward in mentorship. Why is that so hard? What, because I'm no longer in elementary school? Because it's too late for you now? Is that why? Always walking around the castle grounds and somehow knows everyone's age? Is that some kind of clue? Yeah, I'm really frustrated. I'm extra Emily. She's a plant. Oh, is that the meme? That she's an industry plant and that's why she buried herself and made herself into a plant? Is that the meme? I finally get it. You know, honestly, I think mostly, especially now that I've kind of like gotten a lot of stuff moving forward that is like kind of like on autopilot now. I literally have people who are managing, who are case management, who are doing everything in the background for me. Not everything, but most things that I need right now. Trying to find me housing. I'm going to be working with like, you know, ILS, independent living services, with job coaching. tailored day services, which is part of it is like employment. And I'm just on wait lists. And once it starts, my case manager promised me a year ago, and I have to keep believing her, that it might take a while to get things started, but once they start, it's gonna be kind of bing bang boom. And the fact that I'm not starting from zero. I need to make more beef. I'm going the wrong way. So literally right now, I know it sounds weird, but I'm actually not being delusional when I say what I am doing at this exact moment is probably the best thing I can possibly do right now. Just waste time. Do something that doesn't do anything. Learn how to be okay with things being okay. I constantly feel like I have to be grinding something. That I have to be like earning money or building something. And it's like, no, like calm down. Things are gonna build. You can't build a lot right now. Stop wasting your energy. You need to heal. Like in game, but also like literally. Until things are healed, you're just gonna keep getting diminished returns. Things need to level up. They need to spend all the level up points or whatever. And like they're doing it for me and they're going really slowly. And then once I get to a point where I can do it on my own, why am I attacking some random woman? What did she do? Jeez. Yeah, it's a fun way to spend time. It's kind of a background to talk about stuff while I'm streaming, which is helpful in a different way. It's like journaling. And it's community building. I'm talking to you right now. I can cook the sinew? I accidentally burnt one of them. Why is that guy attacking me? Let's put all those cowhides away. AFK, yeah, it's really a good AFK multitask friendly game. It's like it's basically like a screensaver. Like she gets it. She's one of us. Oh, she's with us, is what they're gonna say one day. They say she's one of us now, but then they're gonna say she's with us. That's gonna be different. When people in my life start saying that, I think I'm onto something. Because that's when I'm gonna start having doors open. When I have people in my life who say she's with us. Because then people are proud to know me. Oh. And I could probably some tinder and logs. Oh, and I have a whole bunch of meat already. Yeah, so... Okay, make all that beef. Yeah, it's a screensaver. It's probably like the most up-to-date screensaver on the internet. Members can now make fruit blasts. Yeah, I don't know. There's a certain level of delusion I have. I mean, but can you blame me? Like, when you've been gaslit your entire life by people and told that you matter and then denied access to basic dignity? What am I supposed to feel? Other than delusion. When you're saying like, hey, what can I do? What can I do to make my life better? What is my path forward? What job can I have? And they say, oh, get a job, get a job, get a job. And I'm like, okay, but what job? It's not, you're not giving me a job. Hey, hippie wizard, what's up? Hi, hi. World is crazier than a single person going through suffering. Yeah, exactly. It's not even just me. A lot of people are right there where I am. And that's kind of, you know, there is kind of a solidarity, but it's also kind of frustrating because then people don't really care about you. Because they're like, oh, well, everyone else is suffering. That's basically the attitude I've had from people in my entire life is that, oh, you know, everyone else has to suffer too. You're not special. And then, like, basically just denied access to basic, like, basic needs. Because it's like, hey, like, I'm just stating what my needs are. And then people are like, oh, you know, get in line. Everybody else is struggling too. What makes you so special? I'm like, well, nothing makes me so special. It's that I just need services and I'm not having access to them. What's the holdup? People say that you need to go earn a living, then where is the job opportunity? Where's the job offer? Where's the path forward? Keep one log? It's too late now. Oh, I need an axe to do that. I don't know. I'm pretty sure things are gonna work out eventually. I'm just gonna keep trying. I can't give up. It's not an option. Music's so cool. Like, I don't know what it is about the music, it just feels so good. Like, it's just so silly. You start playing RuneScape recently? Yeah, just like today. Well, I did last night. I did a stream for a little bit to do the tutorial. I had played before, you know, at one point, but I only really didn't get that far. I got to like the auction house. We're not at the auction. I'm basically just randomly like leveling up attack right now. And defense, I guess. Well, I gotta level up defense. Let's block. Oh, oops. We're like leveling up like a couple things at a time. Here, let's block. To get some defense. Yeah, we're only level 1 defense, so we gotta really level that up. Yeah, I switched it to block. So that's gonna level up my defense, apparently. Okay. There we go, level 2. And I guess you just level up hit points along with defense. Yeah, I see it. I got 4 points and 1 point. So every time you take health, I guess you get XP 1-to-1 with HP lost. During any combat skill. Okay. Yeah, so we're kind of just passively leveling stuff right now and just having a chat. Basically just talking about life. Right now for me, life is kind of feels like everything is just hopeless, but I know it's not. Gotta have faith, yeah. I mean, the good thing is I don't just have faith alone. I literally have, like, people whose job it is to make sure that I get access to care, to opportunities, to mentorship. Even though it's, like, wait lists right now. Like, it's somebody who, like, not everybody can say that they have somebody whose full-time job, well, maybe not full-time because they have other clients, but I have somebody whose job it is to find me housing. Not everybody can say that. So I have a lot more agency than I realize. It just sucks because I'm still living here in the trailer and I don't really have anything else going on. Not until it gets started. And I'm gonna have somebody who's gonna give me job coaching. Whose job it is to make sure I can have basic living skills. Like, it's ILS services, so they help me with, like, maintaining, like, basic living skills. Like, right now I just feel like there's just so much chaos, and I'm gonna be real, it does not look hopeful that I can learn any like long-term life skills until I have my own apartment. This trailer has just destroyed my mind. It is just like I've just given up hope on trying to live a normal life until I move out. Like I think I cannot learn how to be an adult in this situation. This is terrifying me. And the good news is I'm not just like, I'm not just like, delusional. I actually have people whose full-time job is helping make sure that I have access to these kind of things. That's crazy. That was not true, like a year or two ago. Even though it's like, it's hard to appreciate it when it's not happening, but I know it's gonna happen. So it's like, it's real. There are people out here who are just playing old school RuneScape who have absolutely zero things going on outside of old school RuneScape. And they're on Twitch, hoping that they're gonna get famous and make a lot of money on Twitch. I am not that person. Okay, I got stuff going on. Even though it seems hopeless, it could be much worse. It could be like I'm literally just playing old school RuneScape for 12 hours a day, nobody I'm connected to, nobody helping me, and possibly even doing drugs. Like, there are people out there who have nothing going on. Absolutely nothing. And they're clinging on to some delusion of succeeding on Twitch or something. And luckily, I'm not that person. And the thing is that you could literally tell them that, and they're not going to believe you. I know this because I used to be that person. I used to play chess in 2019, and I had nothing going on outside of like, well, I was trying to tell you earlier, I had a complete mental breakdown. It started with Twitch because I was teaching chess. I kind of, and even then I still had something going on. I was like teaching chess. And like in a like part-time. I was earning like $50 an hour, and I was only working 5 hours a week though. Yeah, if everything's corrupt. It accepted a mental student and gave him a college degree. Oh, I mean, if you earn it, then yeah. I mean, let's calm down a little bit. Like, there's a lot of stuff that we don't really know. But if they're actually, like, not capable of even understanding, if somebody got a degree, they must have earned it. So, I mean, you could just be... You could just be, like, not understanding the full situation. Yeah, I don't really know what you mean by that. No, I'm not talking about jealousy. I'm just trying to say let's not get into a slippery slope here. This has happened to me too. It's so easy to like start getting like really worked up about something. I know this because I've streamed for like the past 6 years. It's so easy to get stuck on a single topic, and then you kind of like, it's almost like you're like bonus angry. Like you're looking at things that you normally wouldn't even pay attention to, and you're like trying to find a reason to get like critical of something. Like this happens on the internet. And also, you have to understand, college degree doesn't really mean much. I mean, it's something. It shows you that you're minimally capable. But in real-world situations, unless you're actually qualified for something, somebody else is going to get the job. And this is the reason why we have DEI in the first place, is because it's not for people who are not qualified. I don't know why people think that's what it is. It's because if you are equally qualified and you're like something like you're autistic or have some kind of other disorder or something like that, they're going to not want to hire you. They would rather hire some normal, quote unquote, person, because they don't want to give somebody a chance that they see as a potential problem. And that's an extreme bias, and it's supposed to, and that's, we're supposed to live in a democracy, in a world with you know, laws to protect people based on identity, based on, you know, mental capability. Like, why should somebody who is equally qualified not have the same kind of access as somebody else? And sometimes you have to kind of give people a little bit of an incentive to do that. Like, maybe they get like tax exemptions if they hire a certain amount of autistic people or something. But you still have to hire somebody who's qualified. And if you're not, you're in a, you know, you're going to get in a lot of trouble. If not like from like, you know, the government, like for like for like liability issues or whatever, tax issues or whatever, like you're gonna get in trouble by, like, if somebody's not qualified to do a certain job, it's going to cost you money. So it's like, if you get a college degree, it's because you've done the bare minimum to get the college degree. It's not, they don't just hand them out to people. You have to finish all the courses. And if you finish all the courses, they're not just like giving people good grades just because they're special. I don't know why people think that's happening. I think it's because people are really mad, and they should be. They're mad at how little control they have in their own lives. And when they see something that looks unfair, like DEI initiatives and such, Fentimolk. You know, they're going to start finding reasons to like say, oh, it's the, you know, they only care, this DEI is like, you know, they're just like some woke garbage or whatever. Like, they only want to help people because they're, you know, want to sing Kumbaya and play like they're a kindergarten class. It's like, yeah, you know, like in certain aspects, like some people are like that, but like I feel like in the real world, nobody in hell is going to hire somebody who's not qualified for a job. There's too much liability, and they're gonna lose a lot more than appearing woke or whatever. Oh, okay, you're talking about something different. I thought you were talking about how the school was woke or something. Yeah, that's a completely different story. So what makes it different is that none of the teachers knew how to act towards it. So nobody knew how to work with the person. Yeah, because there's a lack of education. There's a lack of resources. People just have a one-size-fits-all thing. Obviously unbalanced based on his actions. I think he had Tourette's. He was such a hard time to study around. Oh, like they didn't help this person as much as they could have. This person, they let the person be there, but at the expense of other people. I see what you're saying. You know, that's valid. But, you know, that's just kind of the rules of the game. Like, there's going to be people who fart in elevators. You know, unfortunately, it's not illegal to fart in an elevator. Even shitty people, not just like if they have Tourette's or whatever, some people are just shitty people. Like, they're just edgy for no reason. They like say like the most unhinged shit. Well, I'm glad they're getting treated better than their parents treat them. But I know what you're saying though. Like, they don't really know how to integrate some people into like the public space. But, you know, it's like you can fart in an elevator, no one's gonna stop you. You know, but there's some people who purposely fart in an elevator. Some people do it because they have some kind of medical condition. But in the end of the day, you still have to smell the goddamn fart, right? So unfortunately, like people like me, in order to get access to care, there's gonna be some people who take advantage of it and don't try. And some people might even accuse me of being one of those people. That very person that you're talking about in uni, That could have been me. I'm the person that people see as a problem because they see an autistic person who just can't figure things out socially, and they're like, oh, this person is you know, I don't want to be around this person. I don't want to work with this person because she's always so smart, and she always, like, you know, doesn't know how to, like, read between the lines about things. And, like, well, that's not really my fault. That sounds, you know, it takes two to tango. But, oh, shouldn't you just know common sense? It's like, yeah, I mean, I wish I did, but I have a disorder. And I'm trying to learn those things, but it's an uphill battle. You know, it's not that I'm refusing to learn them. It's that it's literally an uphill battle. Like 90-degree angle, okay? Like I have to scale a wall that you don't have to scale. So like, why would you expect me to do better than someone who doesn't have to scale those walls, right? So there's people out there, is they see somebody who's disabled and they say, oh, well, they're not trying hard enough. Like, dude, they're trying like twice as hard as everyone else just to get not even as good enough as what some people will think is good enough. And it's like, well, nothing ever seems to be good enough. You know, I'm a trans woman, so in order to be considered like the same as like most other women, like, you know, natal women, like assigned female at birth women, cisgender women, whatever you want, whichever word you pick, I have to work like twice as hard because I know I have to, like, I had to get surgeries. Like, most women don't need surgeries to be considered a woman, even if they're like the, you know, objectively like most unattractive looking person on the planet. They still didn't have to get a surgery to be considered female. And you know, so I already had to do a whole bunch of work, but it means that like I kind of have an uphill battle as far as, like, you know, it's already hard for women. It's, you know, it's not even just about trans women. It's like being a woman's like, people are gonna hold you up to a higher standard. If I was a man, I wouldn't have to work as hard to get men's respect. But getting men's respect is like extremely hard as a woman, because it's like everything you do is going to be held up under a microscope. Oh, you can say the R word. I guess on Twitch you can't. Yeah, I mean, if you say things, see, I'm like not always politically correct. I say retarded all the time. Not really all the time, but like, because I feel like there's something wrong with me. But I get what you're saying. Like, if you even say the word retarded, there's people out there that like, they have an issue with you immediately, and it's like you can never win with them. I've met these types of people plenty of times. They're so exhausting. These like people who are like, they police every single word you say. You can't even laugh at certain jokes, because if you're seen laughing at something, they're like, oh, but that's offensive. I'm like, dude, have you seen fucking South Park? Like, Jesus Christ, learn how to fucking grow the fuck up and like laugh at something. Not everything is hateful. Some things are just like clever. And it's like learning how to cope by humor and trying to understand like the human experience. But like, there's some people that are like, we have to treat everybody like it's a kindergarten class, and we can't like have anything that's gonna make somebody upset. Like, dude, well, they can leave. You know, it's like, I understand in like, you know, there's certain settings where you have to have a shared space. And, you know, it's like farting in an elevator at that point. There's going to be people who are, you know, not every place is an appropriate place to make like, you know, weird jokes that, you know, like, people have called me racist. Just because I made like slightly weird jokes that, you know, in retrospect, you know, it's not like the best taste, but, you know, I'm not gonna like double down and die on a hill or whatever, but it's just like, lighten the fuck up. Like, dude, have you seen, like, comedians have been making racially based humor for like decades. Like, it's self-awareness. It's like, it's awareness of like that society exists. It's awareness that like it's like, dude, it's like just being a person. Oh, for a teacher to use it, yeah. Oh, I get what you're saying. Yeah, there's a lot of abuse issues with like people. If you're in like an actual professional space, that's different. Like, it's one thing, what I don't like is when people get targeted outside of work. When people see like, oh, this person said this on Twitter, and then they try to get them fired from their job and shit like that. Like, dude, they're not on the clock. They're in their private life. You might not agree with it, but like, dude, they're not at work. They're not actively... You think they act the same way they do on Twitter on the job? Like, are you delusional? Like, I'd understand if somebody's being extremely offensive and inappropriate, like, especially as a teacher, and especially with children. Like, I get that. Like, if you're gonna be problematic during your job, that's a problem. But like, some people, it's like you can't say anything if you have a certain type of job. You can't make certain jokes, even when it's in your free time. It's like, dude, they're like, oh, but you represent our thing or whatever. It's like, dude, like, I really hope that bullshit, like, is just deleted from society. This bullshit that we're in right now, where if you have any kind of public-facing presence, depending on what job you have, if you use your free speech in your own private time, when you're not on the clock with your employer, suddenly you're liable to lose your job because your employer is going to find your tweet and say, well, I don't really like that you made that tweet, so I'm going to fire you. That should be illegal. That's discrimination. It'd be like if you said like, hey, my boss is an asshole, and then your boss sees your Facebook post and says, oh, you know, I'm gonna not pay you anymore. Like, fuck off with that. You should not be legally allowed to do that. If somebody fires you solely for something that you said publicly, I understand if it's like completely against the values, like if you like start doing like Nazi shit and you're like, hey, like I don't want to employ a Nazi. But even that, like, that still sounds like discrimination. I mean, you how are you supposed to extend an olive branch to someone who's hateful if you keep, you know, giving them reasons to be hateful? It's like, I think a lot of people, they're not actually hateful. I think they went down a rabbit hole because they're not getting any, like, benefit of the doubt. They're not getting any, like, they're not able to even have basic discussions. This is kind of the problem with, like, with the trans conversation. Every time somebody has a question about transness because of the, like, whatever propaganda they were given or misinformation, or they have an opinion that's not based in reality, and like every time they even say something that makes a trans person mad or an ally of trans people mad, they say, oh, you can't say that, you're transphobe. You know, it's just like you immediately make the person like feel like they can't say anything. And like, how are they supposed to even learn anything? How are they supposed to have the conversation that'll help them understand the thing? And it's like, I don't understand this need to like cancel everything. Yeah, I don't like any of that behavior. Some people just take things too, it's like they're focusing all their energy on the wrong things. They're like, it's okay to be racist to white people, but it's not okay to be racist to black people. Why is it okay to be racist to anybody? And also, like, if it's a joke, like, okay, you might not like it, but you don't have to, like, have, you know, like, a romantic relationship with somebody like, what are you, like, this person's best friend? It's like, no, it's just some random person you can choose not to associate with. And yeah, it's a little bit of a gray area with, like, employment. Like, if somebody is, like, extremely, like, an actual Nazi and, like, posting Nazi propaganda online, I don't think it's too unreasonable for an employer that is, like, especially if the employer is, like, Jewish or black, and they're like, hey, like, I don't want a Nazi, like, like, I mean, it makes sense, but, like, if like, you know, maybe you're like, you know, had a little bit too much to drink and you say some off-color Twitter comment or something and you didn't even understand what you were saying, like you thought it was funny, but then you later see it and you're like, oh, I'm gonna delete that. Like, I understand that, but then it's like somebody's like screenshots it, sends it to your employer, employer's like, that is unacceptable, we don't approve of that, and it's like, and like this obsession with trans community, I have some issues with the trans community, especially online, especially Reddit. Just Reddit in general. I think Reddit is very mentally unstable. In general, but like especially like trans people on the internet, this is actually an indicator of just how much hopelessness there is in the trans community, is when your only support comes from weird communities on the internet. There's something that needs to change. Because if people have so little access to basic trans medicine that the only thing they have is like Reddit, there's something that's going wrong. Something needs to change. Like, people need access to the surgeries that I had. They just want basic acceptance and dignity. Yeah, some people are born terrible, and instead of actually getting any help, they're just like kind of, I get what you're saying. Like, some people are just, there's a line you have to draw. You can't just throw it, like, I don't like what Asmongold thinks is that you could just throw anybody he doesn't like into a mental asylum. He would be thrown into a mental asylum. Like, let's be real. Someone like Asmongold, he would have been thrown in a mental asylum a long fucking time ago. But you think that just because somebody has like some kind of mental issue that you don't think is like, you think is permanent, that you think is unchangeable, that like these people should just be locked away in a mental asylum, that's barbaric. It's like, that's disgusting. Like that, you wouldn't want that. Like that's like not, that's not right. But like there's people who are just terrible people, and you know, a lot of people, there's kind of a failed like parenting strategy of just letting people be terrible. And there's weird gray areas, because at some things are just like, hey, like let this person be who they are. Like if you're like gay or trans, you know, but there's also behavior within those that need to be called out. Yeah, I got a spam call. Oh no. You're a Trumper? I don't know what to say. I don't even know how to explain. Unless you're just trolling. I don't even know where to begin. I just don't know what to say. After everything we've talked about, and then you support Trump? That doesn't make any sense to me. You gotta be trolling, right? It's gotta be satire, right? So, I don't know which one is worse. Is if you hate Trump, but you just want to be different than Asmongold. Like come on, bro. You'd rather disagree with him than like have you. Oh, come on. You're trolling. Whatever. Get it out of your system. There's honestly so many people on Twitch, they don't care what their personal beliefs are. If their favorite streamer disagrees or agrees with them, they will change their opinion because their favorite streamer has that opinion. That is so stupid. Don't you agree? Yeah, I don't think there's anything stupider than somebody who, like, only agrees with somebody just because it's their favorite streamer. Yeah, for sure. For sure. You know what? Regardless of whatever beliefs you may or may not have, Mac Rude, you're making me smile, and that's really what all this stuff is about, you know? You know, keep being you. Don't let anybody change you, Mac Rude. Don't ever change. Now, if you get on my nerves, that's a different story. Well, he doesn't have teeth anymore. I don't know how up to date on the lore you are. I don't think he has. I think those are all like implants. He doesn't have teeth anymore. No, you're not necessarily getting on my nerves. It's just like I don't know how to explain it without giving people the idea that I'm part of the quote-unquote woke mob. And by that, I mean that in people's minds, they associate certain opinions with an unchangeable existence of there is some kind of actively debilitating system trying to, I guess, like, destroy cisgender white people and straight people. They I don't know. There's some kind of system in place that they don't like. And then when people call them out and say, hey, if you say racist things and you say transphobic things and you say homophobic things and you repeat them and you refuse to even acknowledge like any kind of opinion other than your own, you know, if it looks like a duck, sounds like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. But like, Trump supporters are not okay. They're not okay. And all it takes is like asking basic questions and they fall all over themselves. You ask basic questions to poke holes in their logic and they suddenly call you some kind of like, what are you, a leftist? It's like, it doesn't even matter what I am. I'm a human being. I don't identify by like whatever my beliefs are. I don't identify by some kind of arbitrary political point of view. They're like, oh, what do you love, Clinton? Like, dude, like what does my personal existence have to do with, they have like some kind of set in stone, like weird, like Twitter profile existence that if their opinions change, they have to change their Twitter profile. They have to change they have to change everything based on like what they believe. That their existence is set in stone based on what they believe. If you they're relying on uneducated voters, and the problem is there is an actual problem. Like I was saying this before, I got a spam call that keep asking about a flex card. That's a known spam. The problem with like, especially like Reddit, like on like the trans community, is there's this absolute obsession with the fact that you're trans, and that about like the aesthetics of being trans, and like all, it's like everything is about being trans, and it's like, dude, like I didn't choose to like be identifying as trans. I just am trans, and I had to get my surgeries, and I have more to life than that. Why do you want that to be your only identity? And I guess that's their decision, but at the same time, it's like I have a huge issue with that, because then what happens is there's just a whole bunch of cringe, and if anybody disagrees with you, they're the enemy. And I don't like that. They're not our enemy. There's people who are from diverse like backgrounds and understandings, and there are people who have set in stone beliefs, and unfortunately we kind of have to coexist somehow. And I think their opinions are outdated, and also if their opinion means that I don't get to live, then I'm gonna disagree with it. If their opinion is that I shouldn't have the opportunity to exist in the world, and that I shouldn't have any kind of like, advancement in life, that I shouldn't be allowed to have any kind of employment opportunities, I'm gonna have a problem with that. And it would be pretty damn stupid if I didn't. And it's just like, but the thing is like, you can't have it both ways. If you want to have your beliefs, then don't get upset when people have opposing beliefs to you, and that goes for both sides. Like if your belief is that trans women aren't women, but then you also want to keep your job for having your religion, it's like you can't just pick and choose which one gets to be enforced. That's what they're trying to do in a government right now, and it's really damaging. It's like you want your beliefs to be the one true beliefs, and everybody else's beliefs are wrong. Well, what if it was flipped around? What if there were people out there that wanted to force everybody to be trans, and it was accepted as normal, which it's not. But like when people say they want to make people trans, what they mean, really, except for the most unhinged people, are they want to give people access to basic support instead of being forced to live in the closet. That's what they're talking about. And also with gay people. Like, because a lot of the time, if you come out gay or trans to your parents, your life is a living hell. Because your parents have like some kind of like hard like religious belief, and they are going to damage you just for being who you are. And so a lot of people have developed survival mechanisms of keeping it secret. And then when you live in secrecy, that's where problems happen. And all these things that people are afraid of like, oh, we're sexualizing the children just by allowing gay and trans people to be out in public. Like that has the opposite effect of what you think it does, like those people. When you think that hiding something and pretending it doesn't exist makes it less likely for problems to happen, you are fundamentally not understanding the reality of the situation. When you live in secrecy, people are more likely to do unhinged things. Because it's like you're making up for lost time. Like people who are like forced to hide their gayness, pretending they're not gay or pretending they're not trans, the longer that goes on, the more that damages their mental health, and they'll become, in order to express those fundamental parts of their identity, they'll have to do so in secret. Means they're, and if you're afraid that people are going to sexualize kids or whatever, well then they're going to be living in secrecy, where people are going to be doing, in order to get acceptance, they might be doing things that are like, you know, they have to hide it from their parents. They have to do things that are like putting them at risk, which is the irony, is that that's what people are trying to prevent with education. Like, when you have education, it protects you. Like, it's the same thing with like sex education. There was that issue, maybe there was a little bit weird that this lady was kind of about this, but like, people were getting outraged about a book about butt plugs. And I kind of get that at first glance, but if you really think about it, would you rather people use like unhealthy, like unprotected like sexual stuff? Like, would you rather they figure it out on their own and risk getting like, you know, infections and like, you know, and take risky behavior? Like, no, if you educate people, they're less likely to have problems. The very problems that you think that shaming people and forcing them to be someone they're not, like, some people, it's like they don't understand cause and effect. They think that believing something makes it true. You're getting mod checked? Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, I can read it. It says something about when you say gun pointed to your head. Maybe that got auto-modded, but I can see it. I don't know if it got, I don't know if you got modded. Unless you posted something that didn't even post to Chatterino. I'm not sure. Like, yeah, like, I don't have to agree with Asmongold, for example, in order to listen to what he has to say, and that in some points, sometimes he is correct. Sometimes he thinks he's correct, and sometimes he's really wrong. Sometimes it's a gray area. Life is nuanced. Even someone that I don't particularly think likes me, I don't think Asmongold would like someone like me. I'm a trans woman. I'm very opinionated. You know, I don't know. But I mean, that doesn't mean you can't respect somebody. I think he would respect me, or maybe he doesn't. I don't know. You'd have to ask him. But at the same time, it's like, his followers definitely would never accept me. A lot of his followers. And unfortunately, there's nothing I can really do about that. I want them to get help. They have a different kind of problem. They got something going on where they're pre-programmed to hate, and every single piece of evidence, no matter how small, further puts them down that rabbit hole. And one day they're gonna look at themselves in the mirror and they're gonna wonder how the fuck they got there. And it's not because of Asmongold. That's a catalyst. But you can't, it's like trying to blame the elevator for the dude that farted in it, right? It's not the elevator's fault. Okay, like, and the problem with people saying like, oh, you know, if you don't agree with me, you can leave. But what if you're in a shared space where if you leave, you get denied access to opportunities? There's like a real problem where if people have opposing realities, and one person says that, well, because you're trans, you don't belong. And it's like, well, if you replace trans with black or Jewish or anything else, they're gonna see that as obvious racism or obvious whatever. But because they think their opinion about trans people is correct and that it's somehow different, because it's so easy when you see like slippery, this is what people rely on, like Trump. They rely on people's slippery slope, there's a lot of things that are quote unquote common sense that if you say it at first glance, it sounds reasonable. But in reality, like, hey, like, if you just chill for a sec, like a lot of the things that like we like experience in this world are not as are not as black and white as you claim them to be, except for when it comes to this one topic for these people. Anytime anything involves gender transition, these people have preconceived notions and biased opinions that like infiltrates their mind. And they just like, they go completely like balls to the wall. What do you think of politics? I think politics is like fucked up. I think it's dying. Like the age of like posturing and all the bullshit, I think eventually it's gonna die. I think a lot of people are getting hurt in the process. I don't really know. I'm barely paying attention. It's so exhausting. Especially the fact that we have somebody who is convicted of multiple, like 37 felonies or whatever, who is a known friend of a child sex trafficker, and people are like arguing, trying to like defend him when all the evidence is like just further and further and further confirming what we already knew. And people are still like supporting him. What the fuck? I don't know what's going on anymore. It doesn't feel like there's any hope for me. Because it's like, how am I supposed to get ahead in life when my very existence is debated? When people don't even respect my basic level of like identity and existence. And honestly, reality. Because as much as people say you will never be a real woman, if that were true, none of this shit would be happening. If I was really a man, none of this shit would be happening. None of those kind of discussions would be happening. They wouldn't be treating trans women the same way that they treat every woman. These people, these particular types of people. There's men that and this is how you know like what a man thinks about women, is a lot of these men will say things about trans women out loud that they think about women in secret, about cis women in secret, because it's not seen as socially acceptable to them to have these opinions about every woman. And so when they see a trans woman, they kind of see this as like, oh, but you know, you're not a real woman. And it's like, they think this way about every woman. These types of men, they think that if a woman isn't fuckable, she's not valuable. That if, I think it cut off what I said. These types of men think that if a woman isn't fuckable, she's not valuable. And they see trans women as not as attractive a lot of the time. And because of that, to them, they see them as lower value. And that's actually more gender confirming than they can possibly even realize. Because they do not talk about men this way. They do not. They talk only about women in this way. So like, it's kind of more gender confirming than anything. Yeah, I see what you're doing. You're kind of playing devil's advocate. I see what I kind of, at first I was like kind of confused. I kind of see what you're doing. You're kind of like embodying the typical chatter. And honestly, Asmongold has played into it, and if he is oblivious to it, if he truly doesn't understand what cause and effect is, I think he has a huge blind spot. Either that, or he's the smartest man in the world, and he's deliberately playing into it. but I don't know which one is true or which one would be worse. I'm pretty sure he knows what he's doing. But if he doesn't, if he truly has a blind spot, if you have an audience that you have fostered, that you have given all these expectations of like what your opinions are, and you have punished people who act a certain way or who share different opinions, and either directly or indirectly, he may not ban you as long as you're not being like, you know, pissing him off. If you're annoying him, he's gonna ban you. He wouldn't ban me unless I was being annoying. I'm still unbanned from I'm not banned from his chat. And he's responded to some things I said sometimes. I think it's because he has different kinds of standards for who he bans. He doesn't ban people because they disagree with him. He bans them when they're annoying. There's a very big difference. Now, luckily, I haven't been annoying in his chat. Otherwise, I would have been banned. I kind of get it. I kind of understand him as a person. Doesn't mean I agree with him. I don't think that what he's doing is very healthy. I also think it's dangerous because he has a lot of people who see themselves inside of, they compare themselves to him because they say, oh, he's a degenerate gamer. Like, you know, he grew up with World of Warcraft. He's just like me. And they feel empowered. So when he says something, he has true weight to it. And he could even be deliberately like saying things that he doesn't even personally believe. And they're sheep. They're going to agree with him. Even if you know what he should do? He should literally go on like a crazy, like he should go on a kick stream and like go on like an extremely slanted rant about some kind of topic like trans people or something, and just be insane about it, and then get people to agree with him, and then at the last minute say, hey, by the way, you're all fucking retards. Like, I actually don't believe these things, here's why. And then he starts saying why what he said was like ridiculous. Like if he just plays into the absolutely most brain dead takes possible. Because usually I think he prides himself on like using like, you know, factual data and like factual logic, even if he's not always like aware of like all the details. Maybe he's not aware of all the nuance. I feel like even if he's not always correct in his like logic, I feel like it comes from a place of wanting to be right. And like, I just think that like he knows how to capitalize on his audience like really well. And I feel like I don't think he truly understands what he's doing. That he's been fostering a really shitty group of people who he could have done something to like kind of like positively impact the world. And whatever, it's not up to me. He can do whatever the fuck he wants, but I don't know if he truly understands the power he has over these people. And if he does, then he's deliberately taking advantage of it, and I don't think he's aware of the extent of the damage it causes. Yeah, I mean, yeah, a lot of these people, they don't know what they're doing to themselves too. Just because you think trans people don't deserve, you know, protections, well, what if they changed trans people to whatever demographic you're a part of? What if they started making gaming illegal? What if video games became illegal? That's how ridiculous it would be, right? Now, what do you think it would feel like if you're trans and you're not allowed to have your surgery? I mean, it's like people think that video games are more important than that. because they don't have anything that they have to worry about as far as that goes. They don't experience gender dysphoria. They don't know what we're dealing with, and how like my life was like absolutely going nowhere. I was living in hell. I needed the surgery, and I was lucky enough to get it. I feel like everybody who needs it should get it. Very, very, very small amount of people get it. But and here's the thing is they think that they're like grooming kids or whatever. It's like, dude, if that's true, then straight people have been grooming kids too. Because it's like they've been pushing this agenda of like blue equals boy, pink equals girl, boys play sports, boys like Star Wars, boys like play video games. If a girl plays video games, she must be like lesbian or something, or like, you know, like there's all sorts of like weird, like people have like, there's a family restaurant called Hooters that specifically hires large-breasted women. Okay, like they have like, I've seen people dress their babies in clothes that say like I'm a pimp or something like that. Like straight people have been grooming kids too. It's just more accepted. And like bullying has never been checked. Like among like you know, like I just don't know how to, I don't know what the answer is. I mean it's fun to talk about. Yeah, people were going after video games for being too violent. It's like, dude, like the problem is violence. Video games are not causing violence. If anything, they're preventing it because people are busy playing video games. If you're playing video games for 8 hours a day, you're a lot less likely to be violent because you don't even go, you don't leave the house. But people don't know how to put two and two together. And you know, Asmon is really, really understanding of the kind of how to capitalize on that. And, you know, whatever, more power to him. And it could be worse. There's way worse people than him. But I don't think, on the other end of the spectrum, do you see me going on Twitter every single day hating and gooning and gooning and hating and hating and gooning? Like, do you see me going on Reddit on some kind of like crusade against Asmongold? Do you see me thinking and talking and living my life entirely obsessed with what Asmongold is doing? No, I just watch some of his videos. I don't watch all of his videos, and that doesn't also, watching his videos doesn't necessarily mean I agree with them. I just feel like I want to understand what other people think. I want to understand how they arrive to the conclusions they get to. I want to understand people. And just because he has these opinions, and I think a lot of them are shitty, and I think his behavior is kind of shitty, I think overall he's a pretty decent person. And he's just a human being, just like any one of us. And it could be a lot worse. Maybe I'm too compassionate. I would rather have a conversation with him, because at least with a conversation, something could be changed. Something can move forward. But like some people, they spend their entire day mauling on Twitter, complaining about Asmongold and how they want to ban him. There's people who want him to die. That's disgusting. There's people who like bring up disrespect his parents, and how like, and the guy has like mental challenges. Like he has similar challenges to what I have, and like executive dysfunction issues. He has all the money in the world, but he doesn't have like, he lives in filth and all that kind of stuff. Okay, he's got something going on in his head. Okay, like there's a mental issue. And I think he's even admitted it several times. He has mental illness. And instead of just like, you know, he doesn't want to do anything about it, that's part of the mental illness. He wants people to hate him. That's part of the mental illness. And it's like, you can't have it both ways. If you're going to be compassionate to some people because they're people you like, or are you going to be compassionate to everybody, even people you don't like? I think that's the better option, because it means that, well, if I am compassionate towards people, even people I don't like, that means people who I don't like can be compassionate towards me too. They hate and goon, and the goon and the hate. Yeah, I mean, most of the time, I don't even think about stuff I see on the internet. Maybe it's because I kind of burnt it out of my system. I've been on social media for 25 years. There's a certain point where it just starts to become a normal part of your existence. Who are we talking about? Voldemort. I'm fascinated by him. He's like a specimen in like a human mind. Like, the fact that somebody like him can exist is fascinating to me. And I can learn from him too. He's like a multi-millionaire. Okay, like he's doing something right. No matter what you think about him, he's doing something right. And you should learn from that. You shouldn't like hate on him. He's doing something right. And he has mental illness. That's creating his personality. And he, you know, I wish he would do something about it, but that's his prerogative, not mine. Yeah, I mean, but everybody has political opinions. We have a First Amendment. Even as much as we would like people who are really uneducated to not be able to vote, once you start picking and choosing who has which rights, you're already in trouble. Like, if you start picking and choosing, you have, like, where's the line you draw? If you say, oh, you have to have a college education before you can vote, well, then the people who wish to prevent you from voting are going to make it harder for you to have a college education. And they kind of have. They are kind of doing that. Because if you don't have a college education, you're more likely to vote in their favor because they like the uneducated. So that why do you think student loans are so high? Why do you and you know, obviously it also benefits their bank account. You know, places that get like tax exemptions and all sorts of shit. If they donate to things, I don't know, there's all sorts of bullshit that I don't even know like 1/10 of 1/10% about. But as soon as you start picking and choosing, you're gonna run into trouble. Because it's like, even like Asmongold has blind spots. He thinks that like anybody that he disagrees with is belongs in a mental institution. And I don't disagree, but for different reasons. There are people who are like in the LGBTQ space who are extremely unreasonable. I don't personally have relationships with these people because I doubt they have relationships with anybody. They're just as bad as the people in Asmon's chat. They're just a different side of the coin. Yeah, exactly. If you don't have a college... I don't have a college degree. I didn't finish my music degree. If you allow only certain people to vote, you're already losing. You've already given up on democracy at that point. Either you allow everybody to vote, you know, we say anybody who's 18 or older to vote in the United States. And we don't allow convicted felons to vote, but for some reason we allow them to be president. Yeah, we're talking about Asmongold. I said Voldemort. I mean, the word sounds the same to me. So, like, when I said Voldemort, I actually heard Asmongold. When I said Asmongold, I heard Voldemort. So, in my mind, I heard the same word. He said that? No, I'm saying he doesn't understand, or he's refusing to admit it, that the very things he says go against his other values. He's going against his own beliefs a lot of the times, and he refuses to see it. And a lot of his viewers, of course. And it's like, a lot of his viewers, they see like one example of like something in the news. For example, like, you know, some people, a lot of viewers in his chat, they'll see an example of someone who's black commit a crime, And that one example tells them, oh, of course, it's just pattern recognition. It's not racism if it's pattern recognition. Like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Calm the fuck down. Like, really? You're gonna slippery slope that much? You're gonna have one example and then just go to the absolute extreme? Like, Jesus fucking Christ. And these people are allowed to vote. But if they weren't allowed to vote, you know, like I said, once you start picking and choosing who gets to have the right, you know, they would think that I don't have the right. They think I'm mentally ill and belong in a mental institution. Well, if you think that, then you don't get surprised when you get lumped in the same exact category as me because of your other issues. Because they think it's normal when it's something they disagree with, but they have a problem as soon as it affects them. But just because it doesn't impact you, they don't see the whole picture. They don't see that, like, yeah, I mean, he's pretty fair on most topics. It's just there's a few things he's just like, dude, like, what the fuck is your problem? Like, it's like he has like an absolute vendetta against like fat people, trans people, like just anybody who's LGBTQ, because he's like, oh, why aren't they normal? It's like, well, what is normal? You're not normal. Do you think it's normal to play like like, you know, just to like live in filth and like it's, you could say the same exact shit about him. And he says, oh, but I know it's not normal. It's like, okay, but you might be okay with it, but that doesn't mean everybody else has to. Okay, it's like you can fart in an elevator. It's like he's purposely farting in an elevator. He's purposely farting in an elevator. And then he's like, doesn't quite understand. Or maybe he does, which is even weirder. I just don't know. I don't know why we're still talking about him. We're giving him what he wants. He likes it when people talk about him. I mean, I don't know his breath because I've never met him. I don't know what he smells like. I only know what he looks like. And even then, I only know what he looks like through a camera lens. I've never actually seen him in real life. And maybe he's not even anything like how he is. I'm pretty sure he is. You know, at the very least, I respect him for being authentic. And like, I'm pretty sure that he believes the things he says. And that if you talk to him in real life, it would be virtually indistinguishable than talking with him online. And I think that's pretty authentic. And there's people out there that are probably nothing like that. Doesn't mean it's good. I mean, it's like, you know, it's still like, you know, having turd on your hands and not washing your hands, but at least I know what I'm getting, right? Yeah, he wants to be a goblin. So like, why try to change him? I'm not going to try to change him. You can't change people. And why, like, I don't even know him. Why would I want to? It doesn't benefit me at all. Now, as like a trans woman who like has lived experience going through surgeries and going through the realities that come with that, I would like to have like, you know, at least have some kind of say in like his knowledge. I feel like for somebody who talks an awful lot of shit about trans people, you would think that he would do a little bit of knowledge, like research, but he doesn't. He just spouts the same ignorant bullshit and bigoted opinions without doing any kind of like knowledge gathering, including like actually treating people like human beings and talking with them. But I think he's just like this with everybody. And I think it's just more impactful to trans people because it plays into this like extremely evangelical anti-trans political movement that has pushed some people like to the point where they're like, here's the thing, there is nothing wrong with like drag queens, and especially in like child-friendly, child-appropriate, like drag, like reading story hours. I don't know, people have sexualized drag, and first of all, drag has nothing to do with transness. Like, yeah, like in the sense that like it's somebody who's assigned male wearing female clothing, but that's about where it ends. Like, it's a man cross-dressing, and now even like women can do it too. It's like, it's just a style. It's like dressing up like a clown. I mean, in fact, a lot of the times they wear extreme makeup. That's a part of drag. It's a part of the costume. It's extreme, and it's not really my cup of tea. I don't really like. I'm not really considered like to be a huge part of that culture. But some people, like, you know, they immediately associate it with sexuality, and that's more telling of them than it is about the people who, you know, who are just having, like, you know, having fun. Well, I mean, here's the thing, is why don't you agree with it? You have to ask yourself, like, if you truly want to understand why you believe what you believe, you have to understand what helped you come to that conclusion. Is it because you have a preconceived notion about LGBTQ culture, that you have like an automatic sexual association with it? And then you have to ask yourself why that is, if you really want to understand like why you have the opinions you have. It's like if you're in the ocean, right, and you're navigating and you're 1 degree off, you're gonna end up on the completely other side of the world over the course of like months in a ship in the ocean. That's why, you know, navigation is so important. Why, you know, we come up with like you know, navigation techniques like using like trigonometry and stuff like that. Like, that's why we have that, is because if you're even like 1 degree off, you can end up like on the completely opposite side of the world. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, is all this stuff that it's like the prison system, right? People think that if the crime is a deterrent, then why is there still crime? If prison systems have gotten even more cruel as a deterrent, and it's only made the crime rate go up, there's a clear cause and effect relationship that people are refusing to see. Well, you don't have to take them to a drag queen story time, but like, you have to ask yourself why that is. Is it because you think that there's some kind of agenda trying to sexualize your kids? Because if that's the case, that says more about you than it does about the people doing the drag story time. They're just trying to have fun and like also share that, hey, like, this is a part of culture. It's like, it's like some people feel the same way about Christianity, right? If I had kids, I wouldn't want to bring them to church. Because in church, they teach them things that I don't believe in, that I think are harmful to them. But like, that doesn't mean that Christian people are bad, or that, you know, like, what makes somebody bad are their actions. And if somebody is doing bad things, then it doesn't matter who they are or what they're doing bad things. And so if somebody is a drag queen and, you know, people have this like automatic, they used to have like the anti-gay propaganda of like, you know, this man has something terribly wrong with him. He is a homosexual and he lures young boys. It's like, it's this slippery slope propaganda mentality that a lot of people fall into because they're playing into their common sense emotions. And that's what they're counting on. This like unspoken, like unreal existence of people who are, you know, there's a conspiracy. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of getting tired of this conversation. Okay, we're level 20 defense. You know what? Let's just finish out the level and then get level, and then level up attack again. Oh right, yeah, the people who have kids who then like put them in cages and shit. Like using their kids as like content creators. You know, the kids who had no like understanding of what they're getting themselves into, that for the rest of time, their image is now on the internet. I actually think it's just disgusting that people share so much about their kids. Like you're posting on the internet pictures of your kids without their consent, and even if you had their consent, they don't know what the internet is. They don't have any concept of it. They don't understand what they're getting themselves into. And yet people do this all the time. And these are straight hetero Christian people. Okay, like these are the very same people that think that telling somebody that some people are trans is somehow grooming. These are the same exact people. And yet these are the same exact people who, if they have kids, they put pictures of their kids on Facebook. And they think that's perfectly acceptable. So I mean, I'm not saying that that's a problem. I'm just saying, like, don't pick and choose. If you're gonna have a problem with all these, like, you know, if you want to protect kids, then protect kids. But if you're gonna pick and choose which one is like, just because one is something that you agree with and one isn't, then you know you're kind of in the wrong here. Like, and I don't really know what to do about it except for just live my own life and try to be as successful as I can and try to just kind of like prove to the world that I belong here. Because here's the thing, is as soon as you start defending yourself, like if people misgender you, well, if they're gonna misgender me, I'm gonna misgender them. I don't give a fuck. If they find it annoying, well then, you know, if they can't dish it out, if they can't take it, don't dish it out. I'm gonna call them Zhizher. I'm gonna double down just to piss them off. Yeah, nobody agrees with everything, but we still have to exist on this planet together. And anybody who thinks that somebody should, like, you know, be tortured just because they disagree with them, you're part of the problem. And this includes trans people. This includes everyone. And people say, oh, well, it's okay to hate on Trump supporters. And it's like, yeah, they kind of deserve it, in my opinion, because it's like they're playing into all this propaganda, and they're very hurtful. They cause a lot of damage. However, I don't hate them for it. I think they need help. I want to help them. I would rather help them than push them further away where they're going to hurt us even more. Because that's kind of what's happening, is a lot of people, they support Trump, and the reason why they voted for him was because they were tired of being harassed on Twitter. Because they couldn't say something without getting canceled, because they're tired of woke culture, because they're tired of video games having this whole weird thing that Asmongold has with video game characters. Who the fuck cares if somebody is not as attractive to you as, like, who the fuck cares? But like, people are so obsessed with, like, oh, if that character doesn't have big boobies, it's a woke mob. Like, dude, nobody fucking cares. It's just like the content creator, the game developers have a vision, and they want to make the vision. And some people, I think, it's a little bit misguided. Some people you can't push political agendas with like every single type of medium. Okay, you cannot push a political agenda in a video game unless it's from the ground up designed that way, in a way that works. Like Metal Gear Solid is political, but it was designed from the ground up with that in mind. The storyline was carefully crafted to be political. You don't just like throw like some like fat chick in it, and that somehow means fat, you know, advocacy or whatever. Like, no, if you want to make a story that tells the story of people and their struggle, that's different. If you're writing a character who's struggling with, like, you know, food addiction and like unable, you know, like with self-esteem issue, like, it's a real issue. That's a real story that a lot of people share. And it's like, if you have an issue with a fat character in a video game or something, like, who the fuck cares? First of all, it's just a video game. But also, like you're just as bad as the people that you're mad at. Like, all these Asmon viewers, they're just as bad as the people that... It's like two sides of the same coin. It's like the pot calling the kettle black. And it's like, if you're complaining because the chicks in your video games have smaller breasts, and it's like, dude, make your own game. Don't play the game then. And then they're like, oh, but don't they like money? It's like, dude, like, people are trying to push their beliefs just the way you are. People are trying to raise, like, diversity, and like I think they're going about it in a misguided way when they try to just make video games with like copy paste, like, oh, you go girl kind of bullshit. I think it's stupid, but that's my personal opinion, and I just don't think that, like, that's an effective way to push. If you're really upset about inequalities in the world, I think there's better ways than making a video game with ugly characters in it. Most people, when they play a video game, this is just basic marketing. But the problem is that there is a real problem that people don't like seeing trans people in video games or in movies. That's a real problem. How do you address that problem? Nobody knows. And the only way they know how is to put trans characters in movies and video games. Because guess what? Like, I exist whether you want me to or not. I'm a real person. And it's like, to deny my existence is just delusion. And to think that I don't deserve to have a life where I can pursue, like, existing in the public, you know, community, and to be, like, represented in, like, video games and movies, like, that's ridiculous. This is why people get mad at Asmongold, not because of any objective, like, obviously some games are just terrible, and it's not really effective at what they're trying to do. But when people see Asmongold complaining about video games with, like, fat characters in it, what they see is that somebody doesn't want people to exist. There are people who push the youth to be harassed around for their own pleasure, including the country you live in. They have seniors, have more majority, more than the South. And the kids parents mentally destroy their kids for them to be... Yeah, exactly. Because they see their kids as extensions of themselves. They see kids as properties of them. If their kids have different values than them, they get punished. I had this issue. And this is the problem. This is like a bipartisan issue. This has nothing to do with, like, any kind of trans agenda, but, like, it really does affect, like, you know, people who are, like, marginalized. That's why it's called marginalized. So it's like trans people are deeply impacted by this, but see, society is only as good as the people who are treated the worst. And so if trans people are treated this way, then don't be surprised when they start treating you this way. Because, you know, one day it's gonna come to you for whatever reason, and you're not even gonna see the two and two together. It's like they're going against their own interest. But I don't know. This is kind of a weird topic. 69 Wildfly. Yeah, there is no cow level, by the way. Is this where Diablo got it from? Was from RuneScape? Because there's, like, people farm cows at, like, low level. Yeah, I mean, it's really scary, but, like, you know, some people just kind of give up, and I don't blame them. But, like, I want to try to make the world a better place, if at all possible, before I die. And it's like, I don't know how, but, like, I think, you know, just by existing and showing people that, hey, not every single trans person is this demon you think they are. I don't even want to identify as trans. I just wanted to get my surgeries. And I just, you know, I shouldn't have to debate my own existence when somebody's, like, questioning, like, that I'm female or not. They're like, oh, you can't fool us, you're male. It's It's like, no, clearly I'm not. If I were male, we wouldn't be having this conversation. If I was male, you would not be thinking about me this way. And it's like... And like I was trying to say this earlier, as soon as you have to kind of fight just to convince people of your identity, you've already lost. I think the best thing is to just like ignore them, or when not ignoring them, then just start antagonizing them. If you're gonna antagonize me, don't be surprised. Like I said, if someone's gonna misgender me, then don't be surprised when I misgender you. Yeah, and then it's like people this is why I can never have kids. Even before the vaginoplasty, I had orchiectomy. And also, even without orchiectomy, if you're on estrogen long enough, you stop producing sperm. Everything fundamentally changes. And you could say that, yeah, trans women are women, but they're a different type of woman or whatever. You're just splitting hairs, dude. Like, nobody fucking cares. Get the fuck over it. Like, we exist and we're a very small subset of the population. Nobody would be trans against their will. Any delusion that you think somehow you can make a child become trans, but you somehow can't get them to do their math homework, or clean their room, or stop playing video games, or to eat vegetables? Are you fucking kidding me? It's a delusion. They have an agenda and they want to believe it so bad. They want to believe that kids are being groomed so bad, and they're not looking at reality. Like, dude, and tell this to like any straight guy. When you were 10, if somebody told you that you were a girl, and like, how did you react to that? If somebody came to you right now, if you're an adult man, and said, we will give you $10 billion, you will never have to worry about money ever again for the rest of your life. But the one catch is that you have to be trans. You have to get surgery. You have to change your penis into a vagina. I mean, maybe some people would take that just because they don't want to be in poverty. But I mean, honestly, like, do you see what I'm saying though? Like, if you like said that, what if you could, what if you had a decision to make? You either continue your life as you are and nothing changes. You do it for 15K? Well, I mean, I did it. I spent money to do it. But, you know, but do you see what I'm saying? Obviously, this is a ridiculous fantasy, you know, scenario. But, like, do you see, like, the idea I'm trying to say? Like, if you could not convince someone to be trans if they aren't. The vast majority of people... Have you ever talked to a man before? If you even remotely talk about damaging their balls? Like, are you kidding me? Like, do you understand, like, how attached to their masculinity most men are? And it makes sense. Like, I get it, right? Like, even if we didn't go so far as, like, living as a woman or you know, getting vaginoplasty. Like, if we went and said, hey, we'll give you $10 million, but you have to remove your testicles. Would you do it? Or, you know, like, or even just like, we will give you $10 million, but regardless, if you take that, you will be seen legally and socially as a woman for the rest of your life. You will never be able to be live life as a male ever again. You'll have to take estrogen. You'll have to get surgery. you will be identified as female for the rest of your life and for all time. You will, and that with what, and also you have to be trans. Socially, like people will see you and they will know you're trans, even no matter how beautiful you are. You'd be the most absolutely goddamn gorgeous woman, but there's like some like laser beam, like in this magical genie scenario, they implant into everybody else on the planet knowledge that you're trans every single time they think about you or talk about you or see you. So everyone has goggles that like automatically detects that you're trans no matter what you look like. So you have to live the rest of your life not just as a female but as a trans woman. Would you take that for $10 million? 50-50 land they want you to rent on their... Yeah, exactly. Like this whole bullshit. It's like this capitalism, right? I mean, let's just, you know, like that's also another slippery slope. People who identify as like communist. Like, dude, it's like as soon as you start picking something to make your entire identity, all it takes is for that belief to change, to change your identity. That's really untenable. Like if people, their whole entire identity is that they're a Hassan viewer, or their whole entire identity is that they're an Asmongold viewer, or whatever, insert streamer with political belief they agree with. All it takes is for your political belief to change, for your entire identity to change. I feel like that's a fucking mental illness. You are so far gone. Like if you are needing some kind of belief to tell you who you are. It's like people who put like, you know, the fact that they have kids as their entire identity, or like they have like, you know, their whole identity is based on their hobby, or, you know, whatever their favorite TV show, or like you see it in their like Twitter bios. They have like 20,000 things in their Twitter bio. And all it takes is for them to no longer associate with them those things and then think about it. They have nothing left. They don't know who they are. I can't say, you know, I don't think anybody 100% knows who they are. That's like that's the life journey, right? Like, but I have it going. I got it going on. I have my mind screwed on right. Like I know what things truly matter. You know, you know, a lot of people looking on the inside might not think so, but I would like to think that I have like a lot of stuff going on that are positive about, you know, it could be a lot worse. I kind of ripped the, you know, like it's like I'm kind of aware of reality, and most people who aren't will see you as delusional. Like when you know too much, you become a pariah, because people who don't know are gonna see you as a problem. Yeah, I hear you, brother. I mean, it sucks, but I mean, you know, like I understand, like, you know, maybe you're just, you know, sometimes venting about it, you know, just get it out of your system. You know, my chat is pretty accepting, because I'm pretty accepting. You notice how I didn't throw you out as soon as you said the Trump stuff, right? I don't even know if you said you don't, you know, you were just being like devil's advocate there, but even if you weren't, like, you seem to be like kind of like able to like have a discussion. You're not like coming in here and harassing me, and like it's like that's a place to start. Even if you were like a super crazy, like down the rabbit hole Trump supporter, I would rather somebody be willing to have the conversation, so then that means that like we can both come to a better understanding and understand reality better. And if once we understand reality, we're all in the same goddamn boat. We all live on this planet. We all have the same kind of life. We just have different specifics. Oh, you're not a U.S. citizen, so you know, it's like you do have every right. You have an objective viewpoint. You can see things from the outside. That gives you a unique knowledge that somebody like me can never have. No, a lot of people are really embarrassed about what's going on in the U.S. A lot of countries are like have no idea why the fuck the USA is like this. and they're like embarrassed about what's going on, and it's like, dude, like, can we just like be fast forward through this part of history? Like, I mean, I'm sure people have said that throughout all like difficult times throughout history, right? Yeah, I mean, the algorithm favors like unfair things, but that could also work in my favor somehow if I can figure it out. But there's other things I could be doing. I'm not really, as much as I kind of like talking about like armchair politics like this, I don't really like talking about politics. I don't like watching the news. It makes me uncomfortable. It makes me fixate on things that it kind of puts blinders on to the other parts of life. It doesn't mean you shouldn't put a blinder onto the politics, but it's so easy to let politics destroy you and to look around at what's going on and feel nothing but despair when there are things to be happy about. For example, me, a trans woman, I won. I got the surgeries that I needed. A lot of people who are trans are still working on that. I'm no longer one of them. That's a big deal. I can live my life now. I feel like life is worth living. I feel like I can focus. I'm having different kinds of problems, like with depression and bullshit like that. But here's the thing, is like, now I get to. It's like you took off one barrier and there's another barrier behind it, but if you don't take off that first barrier, you're never going to have any chance in hell to get that other barrier. Yeah, there's kind of a safety in lack of privacy. You know, I ripped the band-aid off on like anonymity a long time ago. I've used my real name on the internet forever. Even before I legally changed my name. As soon as I legally changed my name, I changed, like, I changed my name, and like I just changed all my social media. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of real criminals, and they're in the White House. They're in the government. They're making the laws. And like, I'm really kind of scared at what's going to happen. Am I going to be put in a gas chamber? I don't know. There's a non-zero chance. And that's terrifying me. But it's also kind of wakes people up, I think, that it's not a given. You know, the democracy we have is not a given. The natural state of existence, if there is no law, is that the most powerful are in control. And that's terrifying, because sometimes the most powerful want to, like, you know, engage in like extremely terrible things like child sex trafficking, or you know, extreme drugs trafficking. Hey, Space Ducks. But I feel like, you know, we're in a position now with the access to the internet, now more than ever, people like that are not doing so in as much closed doors as they used to. That we can all look at it as it's happening. It's all out in public. And there's some kind of accountability to that I think gives us a little bit of hope. That this kind of corruption has always been going on, the only difference is now that we see it. Yeah, the politics of RuneScape. The difference is that when it's just like I was telling you about the gender dysphoria stuff. That was like blocking me from seeing the problems that were already there. You know, avoiding the problem doesn't make the problem go away. Being able to see the problem may make you uncomfortable, but would you rather see the problem and know that there's a chance to fix it? Or be completely oblivious to it and let it destroy you without your knowledge at all? So like as soon as I finished all my surgeries, like things have been like, it's like things have been opening up. Like now I can start to see things that I didn't see before about my life and about and now I can say, okay, well, what's the plan? That's a very different reality than not knowing anything about it at all because I'm so distracted by needing the surgeries. No, I tried to teleport, huh? If you were in another country, maybe I'd say moving out in a city would be an option. Safety isn't really necessarily a concern for me. I don't have any issues out in public. Like, as far as being misgendered. I'm gonna be like 100% with you. Most people would not know I'm trans out in public. Or if they do, I don't think they would care. However, there are places I probably never want to go because the risk of people finding out would then put me in danger. But those places I can avoid. I don't have any resources outside of where I live right now, and so like right now I kind of need to stay put. I would love to move, but I don't know what my options are. Like I said, it's just like the same thing with employment. People always tell you to get a job, but then they don't give you options. And it's like, well, what do you want? Do you want me to be unemployed, or do you want me to have a job? And they're like, oh, but you have to get it yourself. I'm like, well, what if I'm unequipped to get it for whatever reason? Yeah, I mean, eventually, you see, things are also, here's another thing, is people really get into politics a lot, and I think the main reason why they do is because it's so much, you're much more likely, you're so much more hyper fixated on all of your problems, whatever they are, and it could be anything, anybody. You're much more, it's much more of a distraction. You're much more pissed off about things if your life is not as good. And I feel like a lot of times if all you did was like fix like someone's financial problems, they would most likely not have the political beliefs they have. If they do, I mean, at least not as much. It wouldn't hurt them as much. When things impact you a lot more, you're more likely to have certain political beliefs. That's why so many people who are in poverty have, like, you know, support like Marxism, and like that doesn't make communism good, but it just, you know, when you don't have anything, belief systems that would give you things become much more attractive. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm really kind of spoiled. I'm in like Northern California area, like West Bay area, and like I'm an extremely, like, you know, there is crime, but like it's way safer than a lot of places. And rent is much higher here, but I'm safer, so I guess it's a trade-off. Where do I train agility? Maybe I'll do that next time. We've been on for 4.5 hours. And I've just been attacking cows. Let's get to level 20 attack and then I'm gonna log out. Or may as well get to 21 just to match my defense. Oh, I forgot to grab a log. I don't really need it though. It's fine. Yeah, total level 88. Nice, now we're level 19 hit points. Oh, combat level 16.67. Yeah, a few more levels and I'll be finally 18. What world am I in? Hey, Shorts. 302. Yeah, I mean, it's nice, and it's nice for stream, because it's, like, really kind of, like, at any time, like, I'm sure, like, as time goes on, it's going to be more active, especially once I start questing, but I'm trying to kind of just chilling, going on autopilot, and just talking about random shit. That's always good. It's kind of, this is why I like streaming, because it's, like, it's a space where I can just kind of shoot the shit. And, you know, sometimes I get a little bit, you know, I'm a little bit better than I used to be. I used to get really emotionally worked up about stuff that people would talk about. I can handle really tough conversations. I'm a lot stronger than I used to be. And a lot of it, like I said, a lot of it is because I dealt with my surgeries. Like, things become a lot, like, when you are struggling in anything, problems look a lot harder than they are. Like, problems affect you way more. So, like, anything that was a problem in my life was significantly worse when I was also dealing with the lack of surgeries. Yeah, and you gotta get it out. You gotta vent it out. Otherwise, it's gonna impact you. Maybe not obvious ways, but, like, sometimes if you don't get out, you know, this is why I don't think that somebody saying something that I disagree with is necessarily even indicative of what that person truly believes. I think a lot of the time someone is just kind of like spitballing. They're like trying to figure out what they believe. And like sometimes there might be reasons why they believe certain things. Some things are so deeply ingrained it's very unlikely they'll change, but I think we have to like try at least, you know, and at the very least for myself, I need to learn how to become more resilient and how to deal with people who make me upset. I'm on World 302. another way, like streaming, it gives me a space to just kind of like, you know, like work things out that are going through my mind. A lot of the stuff on my mind right now are related to my financial struggle and my living situation, my social struggles, and I wish that wasn't the case. I really don't feel like I have a personality outside of my struggle, and that's really kind of where I'm at. And that in and of itself is a struggle. The struggle of not truly knowing who you are. But I'm trying to explore it. I'm trying to, you know, find a way out. Like, how do I deal with this? You know, like, how do I figure out who I really am? You know, I have less obstacles in my way because of a very specific problem that most people will never even remotely understand. Unfortunately, I was born with a special debuff. I just happened to have had that debuff of being autistic. And another one is like being trans, and I could have ignored it, but it would have hurt me a lot. It was hurting me a lot, even before I knew what it was. And knowing about something doesn't make it go... Refusing to acknowledge something doesn't make it disappear. So that was the problem I had, is I tried to ignore it for like, I think it took 15 years of my life. Or 13 years at the very least. Once I knew I was trans, I was like really like trying to advocate for myself for a bit, but then I pushed it down when I started... It became difficult. You come out as trans publicly, and people have problems with you. And like I was facing a lot of resistance, and so it became easier, quote unquote, to just like forget about it. But that didn't make it go away. Of whom levels up the skills such as attack, which is now level 20. Yes, Space Ducks. Well, it's level 19. We're getting it to level 20. At least level 20, and then I'm gonna end the stream. It's been almost 5 hours. And time kind of flies. Like, to be honest. Yeah, tomorrow we're gonna do magic. Oh boy, oh boy. Space dives. Leaping horse. Is that you, Shorts? Yeah, space ducks protect the Rebecca. Oh man, and it's like really hot today, like insanely hot. That's why I was gonna go for an IRL stream, but I think like it was just got too hot. And I'm like, I can't do that. I need to go in the morning, and I had an appointment this morning. I think I have another appointment tomorrow. I have an eye exam tomorrow, so protect the Rebecca. Yeah, don't worry about it. I protect myself. It's all good. I mean, I'm honestly really not necessarily even needing moderators. I pretty much just take care of it myself. I'm not really at the level of viewership where moderators really needed, but I think Space Ducks, you're like the only moderator. Just because I like your name and I like your style. And you've been here for a while. That rhymed. Yeah, I hope I made you smile. Oh, I can press control. Oh, I can highlight things. Oh, okay. I see what's going on. And also tells the time before they despawn. Unnecessary dropped items. Yeah, you can ignore certain items. Oh, so I can only... Okay, I can just have it only show the bones. Or something. Or I can hide all of them if I'm not even worried about it. And then it only shows stuff that's like rare drops or whatever. See, I'm learning. I'm learning the fundamentals of the game that right now it's kind of silly, but later on, not going to be so silly. See? Now, if I want to ignore them, now I don't see anything. Every time you are in newer places, cleaned your screensaver of a game. Okay. Yeah, we've been staring at a screensaver for 4 hours and 44 minutes. Welcome to Twitch. And ranting and raving about politics. I feel like I'm just like, you know, a little bit better than most. I'm like self-aware of things and like that makes me a better person and yeah, I mean these are rookie hours too. We can go another 4.5 hours if you like. I need to do some squats, I think. At least like kind of get up and stretch around. Yeah, you know what? Regardless of whatever politics or whatever bullshit things are going on in the state of like what people think about trans people, I don't really care as much because I don't got a dick no more. So they can think all they want. It doesn't change that. A week worth of break? Yeah, I don't want to like, you know, overdo it. But I mean, I don't know. Things like this game, like OSRS or like chess or like World of Warcraft, I can play for like 4 hours easy. Or I guess like anything. Now we got combat level 17. And we're almost level 20 attack. Yeah, I'm just gonna take the rest of the day to just like take a break from screens and like, you know, try to just rest my mind. I love having like, you know, kind of difficult, like kind of interesting conversations. So like I appreciate you, and I appreciate any in-game help as well, like helping me figure out what's going on. This is like, you know, it's kind of part of like, you know, that it's kind of fun to stream. You're so jealous of WoW players playing such a good game, and you had to play OSRS. Nice, we got Weapons Master, level 20. Yay! Yeah, I think I only knew like one person who played RuneScape back when it first came out. Like one person in the friend group. Only one person in the friend group who played it. There was another person that was like not really part of the friend group, but like he was just kind of weird and antisocial, or he had weird socially awkwardness, and he was just like really not a likable person, but he played MapleStory. Melee combat tutor. Magic combat tutor. Where is the tutor? Where's Adventurer John? Oh, there he is. Alright, I got 1,000 coins and a mithril longsword and a steel kite shield and a steel medium helm. And a steel plate legs. And a mithril full helm. Yay. We got mithril. Yay! Look at us go! Look at me, I got armor! Look at me go! Mithril's better than steel. I don't have a mithril shield. Oh yeah, I do. An iron chain body. No, I have mithril chain body. I got blue armor. Different than black armor. Even though it's the same texture. Staying sharp. You want bandos? You want bandos? What do you mean? Welcome to the stream, Staying Sharp. How are you doing? I don't know what bandos are. Band-aids? Bandos nuts! The barrows? Yeah, next time we gotta do magic and agility. And I'm not gonna do quests until my agility is a certain level, so that we can run more. Oh, what am I doing? This is why. This is why I need to level agility next time. Okay. Yeah, next time we're gonna do magic. Okay. Okay, I'm good to go. Hey, guys. Chat. Chat. Listen. I think we had a pretty good day. I think we got a lot done. We leveled up our attack. And we talked about random political things that are nonsense. At the end of the day, we can get as impassioned as we want about something, but in the end of the day, no one cares. W gameplay, W stream. Yeah, I think, like, you know, I'm gonna take the rest of the day just to, like, you know, turn off all the computers, just like, you know, get completely, like, back, like, reset. I like to hit the reset button in my brain a lot. Like, there's so many things that distract us, and it's like, it's not that we should avoid these things, because we definitely, there's a reason why we go on the internet. There's something that pulls us here, and these topics that we talk about, and all these, the things that are important to us, they're important for a reason. We may not always agree that they're worth, you know, caring about, but, We need to see my RuneScape dance, IRL. My head got cut off. I don't have the kind of room to do dance videos. This is like, I literally just, this is the furthest back I can be. Yeah, and I can stand up. I can never have a boner. I don't have one of those. Oh. Oversharing? Hamster stance? Dee 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 da dee dee do do. Dee da dee do. Dee 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 do dee dee do. Big boner. I'm gonna tell you something that you probably don't want to know. But after getting surgery, having a vagina feels like having a permanent boner. Like physically. Like it feels like you have a boner at all times. But there's nothing there sticking out. Like, I have a boner, Chad. And there's nothing there. There's nothing there sticking out. It's an invisiboner. It's permanent. I'm exaggerating a little bit, or maybe I'm just so used to it now because I've been living post-surgery for like a year. But especially early on, it just felt like you had a permanent boner. I guess it's the way that the tissue works, like the way it's configured. Either that, or I'm just trying to, you know, freak you guys out for content. Oh yeah, and your balls sticking to your legs. See, I'm one of the few women out there that actually gets that. People should want trans women to exist. We get you. I used to have that problem. Waking up with sweaty balls. Now I have to wake up with sweaty tits. So it's like the same issue. But I don't have big giant tits, so I don't have that big problem. But a lot of women have smaller tits too, so it's not really unique. But I also but you know, there's buffs and there's debuffs. I can't get pregnant, but that also means that I don't get periods. I don't get menstrual cramps. I don't get 1 month of 3 days out of every month at least where I'm having like progesterone taking over my identity. Unfortunately for a lot of women, that's a reality. But you know, actually like one out of every 5 women can't get pregnant or something like that. I don't know if it's 1 out of 5, but it's like I share a lot with like, just because like being a female is not a monolith. I think people like get a lot of stuff like kind of confused and stuff, but I was just trying to meme mostly. But it's actually real. I'm not even like joking. I'm not lying about this. Like there's very few people on the planet who've had the surgery that I had. And most of the people who have it probably don't really talk about it. But this is a very real phenomenon. Vaginoplasty feels like you have a boner at all times. And it's not even like sexual. It's just like, it just has that like there's like a tightness feeling because it's like pulled in, right? Like, so it's like, there's like this, it's like if you like get a wiener and you have to, like, when you like go pee, but then you like pull back on the skin to like make it upright. So if you have, it's not like a boner per se. It's just like, it's like having a permanently like stretched, like, I bet you wish you didn't follow my channel now. Welcome. I mean, unless you really wanted this kind of content, then come right in. I got more where that came from. Socially awkward. Your bonker's the thickest thing about me? Damn, that actually sucks. I'm sorry about that. You have to deal with a bonker. Anyway, thanks for joining. Thanks for watching. Thanks for helping me with RuneScape. Thanks for and stay hard.